Everybody's trying to knock us off. It's us versus them. We must protect this house. Will you protect this house? I will. We must protect this house.
The shop is open.
Blackie. I made my first album, and nobody cares. Nobody cares, man. What'd you expect? You're independent, man, and you're also like sort of positive. I'll tell you what. If you kill this, and these pansies don't show respect for it, you have my blessing to sign to a major label. Okay. Okay. So, 10 minutes was the warm-up, nigga, get in tune. You want a beef? Let's meet. Hit my zoom. I'm calling shots. You in the bleachers more than every move. I kill him with success. I'm up next, like afternoon. You niggas even in the playing scale. It's like the moon trying to sunset as the nightmare I rap resumes. You get eclipsed and then I star in the movie where the underdog leads the whole game. Straight confused. You think you rapping with a guy? You must be crazy, nigga. One song from my deluxe is all I need to do. These puppies barking. They don't bit off more than they can chew. My album just dropped. I'm already back for round 2. That's it for shits and giggles. It's an epiphany. That's it, dropping music when he's rapping. He's dropping symphonies. I make more art than most. My key lyrically is noted on a scale above the whole industry's facts. I got bars out in Georgia, 20-minute songs are probably Illinois. I got PTSD from the killings of these beats. I'm a veteran. I came in the game like a soldier. I can tell you like Barbosa. Me and Nash playing soccer out in Canada. That's true though. I ain't never lied in my prime. How I minister the flow is unknown. They don't know where it's coming from. Like phone calls to Star 69. This guy say nothing that I'm corny and outdated. If I rapped in the 90s, I'd probably be famous. That the flow and the cadence is abrasive. I'll be blacking out on beats. Even niggas started calling me a racist. Like Aunt Jemima, I need an Oscar. They liar, my wiener. They blowing me like Hurricane Katrina. I get Superdome defenses trying to find a way to stop me. I'm offensive with the wordplay. I'm minded misdemeanors. Bitch, you might need a subpoena to see me like John Cena. Hot jab you, then rap you like a turban packer. Stand in a can and ship them like Eminem and say, Dax needs a feature. Pray that it's not a burden. Why? Because I rap in cursive. They treat my lyrics like the Bible, the OG and the King James Version. This colloquial, my verses be hood and suburban. So the people in the jets to respect my sermons. Merchant, leapfrog, and Kermit. You want to pass, you'll need a permit. Lyrically, I'm driving drunk. How I'm swerving in and out of genres. I ain't pop or urban. I'm my own category. You can call that shit purpose. Listen, I need to get this off my chest. You a bitch if I'm rapping and you say you're not impressed. Your input does not add money to my check. Who the fuck about to do this and not even break a sweat, man? They committing genocide. Trying to exterminate the lyricist while saying that is the antithesis. That means opposite. But if I'm the opposite, then how am I independent? And the game's still profiting. It's not supposed to happen. They can't. I'm a goddamn savage when rapping. Guess back your casket, cause the smoke I spit will give you one damage. If you wanna come and grab what I'm grabbing, you'll have to lift weights and wait, cause the tectonic plate shift I create is so great that by the time you reach me, the earthquakes don't lose what's my birthplace. I'm used to the static. They say I got drive, I'm automatic. Ain't listening to demos, especially not critics. These niggas panic like we at the disco. I got a simple plan for you. We should rage against the machine. I'ma need a team. I'm 2.5 men myself, like Charlie Sheen. This industry sick. That's the vaccine. Top 5 in this bitch. At least the past 3. If they say otherwise, they anti-vaccine. And the mandate passed the president freeze. Cause I'm in a different category. My whole life is an allegory. The truth I speak is a double edge. And that's why there's no matrimony. Everybody knows what I came to do. So they separate. And the alimony is why I'm broke. But I don't care because my impact is mandatory in the age of fame. And I'm perplexed by the hate. I flex in your songs if they carry no weight. If my shit's trash but spreads at this rate, then maybe it's you who has no taste. And I don't normally pray, but today I'll say, Dear God, please wash these lames away. And ironically, that's the name of my song that's gold with no fucking radio play. Now it's back to the topic. Let me hit you with a switch. How the fuck I'm pussy if you always on my dick? I don't rap about the typical, my money or a bitch. And if I ever do flex, I'm in the gym doing lifts. I don't pack nothing for 6, my abs stay ripped. I'm like an ad-lib, bitch, I stay in the mix. Every time I see a beat in my scope, it's a hit. State of mind like a shooter for the New York Knicks. I'm the best. And if they ask for why, like the clips, tell them Dax got a glove with the game in his grip. world scan. They cable, I'm streaming, they nice. But the difference, they can do it on demand. I'm demand, but we're bombing on these beats. If you tally up the bands, got enough ammunition to supply the Taliban. Every bar is like a bullet, they go goop, goop. People try to dodge, but they can't. Like a fucking caravan. Okay, now I'm wondering if I can feel the sweat. The bar drip and turn complex. Hit the floor as I gas the beat, then evaporate and condense. In a generation where common sense is not common sense. We need a real rapper. When you say Nas, they think you mean Lil Nas X. That's not a diss. I don't want to get canceled. YouTube, don't take my channel. Don't copyright this. If you do, I'll strike and be at you. I'm sick and something you can't handle. I'm solar like a panel. You can't desert me like a camel. I was built for this. It's something they cannot dismantle. Man, that's appalling. I bounce back like Spalding. I slide on these beats. Song, I'm about to one take it. I just made my first album full of songs from the depths of my heart, and these people didn't appreciate it. I should have rapped about guns and violence, or fucking bad bitches on an island, or some drugs that I don't even take. Then tell all the kids to try it. Man, what's it gonna take to make it? For them to say that I'm one of the greatest? Do I gotta go sell my soul and live the rest of my life forsaken? Don't push me, cause I just might do it. I go dumb, but I've never been stupid. I've had nothing in my life before and I was fine, so bitch, I'm not afraid to lose it. I don't need it. Call me cocky, call me conceited. Smooth criminal, I'm a demon. I might jack them, now they gotta beat it. I throw up hits, I'm bulimic. Shout out to Drake, why I stay scheming. Started from the bottom, now the views I'm seeing mean nothing was the same. And I'm no longer dreaming, man, it's already a classic. I'm a future, so you can't look past it. If you take that mask off, you can tell that I'm the baddest. Report cards, the only time in life you'll see that beside the word average. And I bet you I'm above. Go add her all together, I ain't talking about the drug. And you know it's orange juice that they say is C+. If you think I'm a 50, then you got no sense. Like the famous rap song that is called In the Club. Calm down, let me bust a rhyme and kick flips while I'm on my grind. I got tricks up my sleeve. I can make a simile disappear like the line inside this line. And every time I rhyme, they see an optimist in his prime. I transform, I can reach the blind. My mind's designed is one of a kind. You'll find there is no one like I, and that is why I must keep it going. Constant motion, locomotive. I lack promotion, not provoke them. Break down every system, but still be growing. So sick that they might need some ibuprofen off the deep end. Bars with the depths of ocean, sub-zero flow, so you know it's frozen. I keep so high, feels like I'm smoking. Most important man who is speaking potent. Face on with the rock like a real Samoan. Take 9 with the jock, Midwestern flowing. Stats keep growing, paying my respects, I'll never out of pocket. Name another young gun who is this polished. I spit fury, entice them with this rocket. Bars get to dropping everywhere like I'm Brock bombing. You couldn't put me in a box if we boxing. BTS shots the only time Dax came popping. Stick on my hip, I clean the whole room, but don't be alarmed. It's Dax, I'm just mopping. That's off topic, let me tell you something real. Everything you see now was done with no deal. What does that mean? It's fuck how you feel, cause it's impossible to get this far with no skill. Never mind, you won't find no one like me. I wish that you would see me for what I am, instead of ignorant top comments you see on the gram. I'm a once in a lifetime type of man who actually cares about the content and all the fans. I guess it doesn't matter. They piss poor, weak bladder. I gotta keep them at bay like the Packers. Don't stand, cause you'll need a ladder. They pass words around like computer hackers. I'm built different. I was never breastfed. When I was 2 years old, I was dropped on my head. In school like Dejo, they tried me, but just like the second part of the name, I was all about the bread. So I stayed focused. I couldn't afford to fumble. Wrestling demons in my band like a Royal Rumble. Paid dues, they never gave me a bundle, but they discount people for fucking mumble. This looks like Jamaican hair, because they know they can't compare. Then stock my work and resell it on the market and give tax no shares. What the fuck? I'm about to slide like a hockey puck, duck like Donald, shoot like LeBron and tax niggas like Obama. Do a stanky leg and heat it up like a sauna while you talk to your God and has to deal with your mama. Assalamu alaikum. I come in peace. I love all religions and practice what I preach. If you came into this world and you bleed, you're like me, because love is my religion and I love what I see. I'm not a Christian rapper. I just rap about faith without taking the Bible and throwing it in your face. And ironically, when you do it that way, more people end up safe. I paid my way by scraping it. You ain't never seen a nigga like me. If you did, I guarantee they was on some label shit. They want me to leave, I'm not breaking it. 20 minutes, bitch, this is my statement. Halfway, and I'm just warming up. Now I'm about to freak this like some pussy I'm playing with. I'm about to give you that energy. They know that shit, but he also the remedy. If they say I'm trapped, they smoking methamphetamine. This here my destiny. Pussy nigga, you an enemy. Never was a friend of me. 100 different floors like a motherfucking centipede. Yes, I pass the empty road. I walk alone and I get my eyes closed. I don't fuck with you from close. I'd rather jack off inside my home. I can already see the fake that rise, quick that fall like these fake that resurrect like Christ on Easter day. They straight ass like talking about a piece of game. Oh, I'm turning up the concentration. Free in this bitch, but I'm not a racist. Came in the game in the face. I'm blazing, bring hate that a torch to destroy the matrix. Line after line, and I'm sporting greatness. Raw spell back with blood I'm waging. That's the brand and the occupation. Occupies the real for the custom hating. Comes from the fake who deny the basic. Adapt to the part of the conversation with no cosign, a major playlist. Radio play, a talent agent. Anger and rage, but they can't contain it. Straight to the top and the spot is vacant. Those who oppose go straight to hell. And go forth for Satan. I'm spitting the bad fast, I ain't in the backtrack. My foes in the hazmat, I'm fishing too. Oh, game in the backpack, they stay in the rat cat. They know what they're doing and they tell me. Cold, I'm ice cold. No Steve Stone unless you're in Austin, Texas. WWE, you niggas restless. You're not getting it, you're not on my guest list. Don't fit like Tetris, I'm about to make this split. Anybody hating can come and suck my dick. Everything I spit is like it sticks when you poop. It's the only time you're shit. Everybody wanna just get rich. They're all my sons just like this. I'm a policy always missing. If you hate, you still can't do it like this. And if you taste, your brain would explode. I'm next to blow. I'm a whole series or just an episode. Give me leg like a vegetable. Beating me to stretch. Better get flexible. Killing this beat, but the crime is sensible. First degree, I murder thee. The mastermind, the PhD. My schemes are predictable, so the rhymes may not be detectable. Overheads they go and fall on deaf ears. The buzz I made's beyond light years. So when they're toxic like Britney Spears, I barely hear because I just switch gears. You ain't never seen a rapper strike this much fear amongst his foes and his so-called peers. Like Vising drops, let me make this clear. I'm Dax and I've been in a different tier. And it's fire, fire. Call for help. My desire burns and a passion melts. Independent, so I might not be felt, but I sign my checks at the highest self. Don't pull my card because you might get dealt. My hand up guys from the Bible Belt. My weight so big, even Michael Phelps can't swim my shit without some help. So breathe. You might need a second to catch up. Dax is on a tear and they pick up a back up. Sets me automatic in a hit like a Mack truck. Breathe. And I don't give a flying back fuck. Yes, I am a sinner and I take it to cusp. But like DJ Khaled, I got the keys to unlock the beast. Extend my reach from down beneath and knock off those who can knock the beat. But wanna act like they can fuck with me. It's okay, KK like racial tension. Dax nice, let's avoid him and never mention him. Elevate to a new dimension and leave us here in the candy section. 65 metaphors, where's my tension? I retire beats and they go to heaven. Up praise them, not like a reverend. I need to raise their value. I'm still here like a statue staring at you. I will stand the test of time, and if I sit, I'll still be twice as tall with my head in the sky. Looking down at all you birds who talk on Twitter, thinking there's power behind your words. Calling me corny behind your computer in the fucking suburbs. You're way too late. I mastered this and now I'm better than great. In fact, I might just be top 5 all time. Or at least top 10, well, maybe 9. Minus 5 divided by 2, minus the amount of times we all get to live this life. That's one, don't waste it. You'd be way more successful with Dax on your playlist. Cause I rap about motivation, which you lack. Cause if you focused on yourself, you wouldn't have time to go online. Spend your time, man. Just to shit on Dax. Oh, it's sad. You know, I've never had someone more successful tell me I'm whack. And oh, I forgot I'm black. I'm supposed to rap about guns, bitches, clothes, and tons of cash. While you pricks pray I lose my shit, while you sit at home and clap. That's the kicker. You don't even get paid to hate on Twitter. It just makes you bitter and my skin gets bigger and actually promotes my work indirectly and over a period of time you sheep hard and off. Plus, make me richer. How about you want to buy like a ball constrictor? I'm on the way up like a zipper and only fade in the comes the pair of clippers. But I'm no clown. My shit's real and that's what it's like. How you feel it all still spreads around up and down with resounding time great. They whine about Dax like a large amount of grapes. Then act pregnant like they made me and I popped out way too late. And they never ever recovered from postpartum baby weight. That's not my fault, I did my job and made waves like rod. I put my heart on ice and if you slip and fall, I hope you break your jaw so you can't talk at all and have to cry. Oh, I'm getting off track. Maybe I should just go and finish that like no life tax. Wanna know what pisses me off the most? People wanna pretend that they can do what I do. Drop these tracks back to back with impeccable raps. Stay humble, move how I move. Hit it on the nail, you're a loose screw. Ain't nobody fucking with me in this booth. It's a blatant lie. If they try to say I'm not the truth, inspirational, all relatable, undebatably one of a kind, intrinsic fire lit inside to match my grind. Critical thinking songs that actually make you think about your life. Fuck attention spans, my music actually stands the test of time. I don't give a fuck about a Grammy, I should have had 3. Dear God, Joker, bigger revelation, but these motherfuckers don't want to give it to MC. It's just glorifying, push the shit that's empty. I'm at large in this bitch, I can start fucks venti. Certified killer, promise you don't want to tempt me. Got the game in a state of rage and frenzy. If they speaking on my name and hate it's envy, I ain't missing my target. Look, I'm shopping for some bananas. I'm like, go, bananas, killing these comments, coming at me with cameras. Don't cook, comments, let you call you can't have a cook, comments, cook, and everything you cook, cause I'm a menace. Dax is a claw, the center, but independent. My world is a series, I don't mean a pennant. Next, probably think that I'll run out of bars, but I'm a galaxy and I got them and the stars. I'm an extraterrestrial alien and I'm on Mars, and I'm coming back to Earth to rid you of these retards. Man, cancel that. Cancel culture is a bitch. You can say anything you want, as long as you're not rich. But if you're poor, oh, they might get you too. Because if you ever become successful, they'll use your past against you. You can't even be human. We can't even make mistakes. Everyone's a dick, but won't come say it to your face. We spend our lives looking left and right while we run our race and wonder why we're depressed and always finish shit in second place. Get up and get gone. You ain't right if you're doing nothing wrong. Get off of that phone. Find a career like Kim Jong-un. Find your passion and cash like Kim Kardashian and bask in the fact that it takes action to be a massive attraction and stay active instead of being passive. Reach out and go grab it and make habits. Fuck static. And so stay static, just march, no madness. This bracket is an elite synapses. All info past has been imagined. No dragon. If you want to get cash and start smashing, instead of waiting until you're casket and bragging on what happened in the past of your life as the basic average. Be a savage, attack and rip it, slash and cremate it, take its ashes and smoke it, gas it so hard that the pedal smashes. Stop living in captions. You're better than that. You have it. Add it like go-go gadget. You're equipped to wreak havoc. Emphatic. I'm about to weaponize a generation. This road I'm blazing got my enemies wishing they had never tried to crack the pavement. Poetic justice. Everybody's here in my arraignment. Murder to Goliath, and I am fucking David. You couldn't save him with the flash drive. Don't question a mark, he a snitch. If you ask why, whole generation lost. You can check the spectrum. My connection isn't dead, like they low bar Wi-Fi. I'm not a part of this shit. I'll never celebrate ignorance. I'm on the border like undocumented immigrants, trying to decide if I should stay in the village or risk it to benefit, but have to move militant. If you hate, you're a child. You don't understand the Dax impact, and you won't for a while. But once you get old and this life gets real, you'll want to go back and wish my words touched you like a pedophile. You must be crazy if you think I'ma stop. I was hit without hip hop. Between the lines, I can read the signs. They don't want music, they want songs that get a whole generation locked. So I stay back and push my little positive message. Isolated from the game, up in the nosebleed section. No awards of recognition, but my state of correction facilitates the people chained to get a bit up in heaven, and that's a felony. Even amnesia couldn't make them not remember me. The word meme is short for memory. So when you trying to break what I made, keep in mind you helping me build a legacy, and that's why I'm writing they face something they cannot erase. Take copy and paste, penning these verses in ink. The penmanship that I exude is of dystopian taste, characterized by world issues full of trauma and pain. Me, Picasso, and Da Vinci are similar brain. The reality I paint is vivid, wicked, engraved into the skull of every human who allows me to take them on a trip where the pictures are imperfectly framed. Crooked, cracked, and named, full of anger and rage. Spat on with graffiti, licking fiery flames from the mind of a human who is fucking deranged and going down in history as one of the great. That's a fact. And to think this all came from an epiphany, overnight janitor to poet, to songs, to moments, and now, finally, symphonies, Stacks. Fucking up everybody who put me in the category thinking I was never gonna make it. If we're talking about the lyrics and the cadence and the meaning of the song, it's not another approach to what I've been making. I've been sitting, waiting, and debating, I'm patient, waiting to bust, deliberating on what I should come and be in the cut. People say that they better never endeavor or even 7th, 11th to try to get a go. Get a second amendment, aggressive in every direction with venom. There's no defending on top. I'm independent, penning with vengeance. The time unintentional is iridescent, shining like the bright illumination. I'm tired of the Lululemon retention. First note, second guessing, they get the bending like back on my deck, kicking the definition of bars and rhythm, the flow hawks to fix them up with the claws and grip for the intention and deficit and disorder like ADD kind of sorta. Now sort of pop, don't mean cola, a Star Wars, don't mean Yoda, a forward, a Pensacola, there's Motorola, by Motorola, I'm in control, I hit the quarter, I made this freestyle while I was in Minnesota. Minnesota. What are we at? What are we at, bro? 20 minutes, man. For real. For real, bro. All right, well, let's try one that's an hour.
Father, the sleeper has awakened!
What's up, YouTube? It's ArtisanMc. Well, let me back up. What's up, YouTube? It's Sunday. It's 11:16. I'm ArtisanMc, and this is Shop Talk Live from an undisclosed location today. Thank you guys for showing up. If you can hear me in the chat, because I got a microphone situation going on here, go ahead and hit a 1 in the chat so I know that you guys can actually hear me.
You kill this.
Because one thing does not have a stable signal, the other one does, but I can't hear it because I'm streaming through it, so need a little audience feedback, if you will. Does not have a stable signal. Well, I can hear that clear enough. Let's go ahead and turn. I'm gonna have to use this to see what you guys are saying in the chat. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. Stream does not run on hopes and dreams. It runs on green, just like every other thing. So with the cash out. Motherfucker, I knew you. I fucking knew you. All right, let's see if we got this straight. Basically, the situation I got right now, I have two separate mics, two different mics. And I'm trying to decide which one to keep using. I have Old Trusty, which is not old, but I bought for mobile streaming purposes. This thing is dragging too bad. I have one that I bought for mobile streaming, right? It's a condenser mic, which works fine. I've used it a couple other times. But then I got this new mic, new shotgun mic that I got that I want to use for mobile streaming, but I don't see the difference in it. I don't know if it's working correctly or what. And because I was trying to do my musical intro and use this mic at the same time, but I'm streaming through my phone, I can't just screen share like I would on a computer. Basically, I need to go ahead and buy myself a laptop sometime soon. That's basically what it is. What's up, princesa? Hola, princesa. That doesn't work for you. So basically, I'm trying to work it out without having the laptop. So I got the tablet, I got the phone, I got the mics, everything is hooked up and working. It's just I can't hear what it sounds like on your end unless I turn this on. It's dragging. It's on a totally different thing. It's on Wi-Fi. I'm on my mobile, but it's still fucking dragging. I don't get it. Don't get it. Why does a cell phone have better signal than Wi-Fi? Mystery to me. And one thing I'm missing is I don't have any judgment eyes, so I'm looking the wrong way the whole time. Looking the wrong way the whole time. It's an important thing when you're supposed to be on camera. You got to actually look at the camera and you got to be able to talk into the microphone. And I'm getting shit on both of those. Anyway, thank you guys for showing up today. Yes, it was a longer musical intro than usual, but Dax is. If you guys don't know who Dax is, he is a black dude, independent rapper, and the dude dropped bars. The dude drops bars. If you listen to the song I was just playing, which was The Next Rap God Part 2, he dropped 20-minute song by himself. One take. No features, just him spitting. And being somebody who wanted to be a rapper when I was younger, like 5th and 6th grade, I really did want to be a rapper. I really got into studying how people rap because Run DMC, UTFO, Houdini, Grandmaster Flash, and all of them, Ice-T, was big. That was a big thing. I wanted to be a rapper, me and all my friends. That was the biggest thing. Breakdancing, rap. Got into breakdancing. And I really got into learning how raps were constructed. And one of the things I couldn't do that was the most interesting to me, which was coming off the dome, which means making a free association of words and phrases and images in your head and have them come out your mouth verbally, coming together and making it entertaining. That is a hard skill. That is something that you actually have to work at. Like everybody praises Jay-Z, not because of the stuff that he says in his raps, but because he says it without writing anything up and down. Because he just adds it into it. That's it. Audio's breaking up. What's up, Holly? Better or worse? Should have went and got the extension. The audio is better. Tell me now. What up, Two Trill? Still getting feedback. Let's switch to the other mic. All right, how's that? See if you're still getting feedback now. A little feedback, but better. I think it's fighting with the phone microphone. Yep. Good catch, UFO. Yes, the mic is close to the phone. The phone is a little bit further away, but the mic is close to the phone, as you can see the mic right now. What about now? What you guys got now? I should have got the extension. Much better. Got the mic like that. Bucket line is I can bucket line. I appreciate you guys if you're there with me with sound issue. That's one of the things that's really pissing me off about my YouTube career. It's having solid audio, solid fucking signal, and everything doesn't work properly all the time. It doesn't have a studio. Do not have a studio per se, and it's not actually. I'll move it back and forth, Arya, but you guys have to actually respond in the fucking chat. If you don't respond in a timely manner, I'm going to move on and think that it's working however hell it's working. See? Don't move it. I didn't move it now. It's just sitting where it is right now. So if that's working, we're rolling with that. If that's not working, you're going to keep fucking around like this for hours. And if I was a huge YouTuber, I'd be worried about the numbers. It's good now? All right. That's what we rock with. So what I was saying was, one of the things I actually studied a lot that I was never able to do, what's up, F Holiday, was come from the dome as a rapper. That was never my strong suit. I understand how it works mnemonically, mentally, I understand how it works. Audio-wise, I can hear how it works. I can understand the mental process that's going in when you hear a person rapping from the head and how they're making connections in their mind with the words that they're using, how those different things are connected. Being able to do it is something completely different. Completely freaking different. I was more of a writer than a off the top of my dome dude. But then again, I was never a hustler. Hustler have to come like that off the dome. You have to be able to be quick with your lips on. That's not me. I'm more of a writer than a freestyler. So I always had a lot of respect for people who could freestyle. Now, that song that I played in the beginning, that was 20 minutes, that might have been a freestyle in some parts. He said it was. And if you listen to it, the associations that he makes are freestyle associations. But it's a lot of wordplay involved in it too, which is turning words to make them sound the way you want to in that moment, and linking them back to another word to move on to the next couple of bars. That dude is awesome at doing that shit. I can understand why he's not signed right now, because he said it in his rap. He's not talking about bullshit. He's black. He's supposed to be talking about guns and missions and shit, right? He's not. Okay, I can understand why you're not. You mumble. He said a whole line, a whole 20 minutes with no hook and no mumbling, and get no shine for that shit. Like, okay, who else is doing that? Did one for 10 minutes. They wasn't listening. He came back and did one for 20. Still not listening? To quote a friend of mine in the chat, I'm listening. Anyway, but that was it. I wanted to give that brother some shine. Even on my little platform, on my little soapbox, I like that damn song. I do. It's a lot of stuff in it. So, fuck it. I'll spend 20 minutes on my show actually playing that song. Skip everything else. Why not? This is a black artist that y'all should be supporting. He's independent. You know what that means? As much as we complain about what's going on in the rap industry, how commercial and how much bullshit it is, you don't support the independent people who are trying to do something different. They go away. And you're left with that bullshit that you claim that you dislike so much. Because that's what's up. That's what you promote when you don't support people who are doing something different. You actually support people who ain't doing shit. Don't have anything of substance or any fucking skill. Apparently. Yeah, Biggie was good for delivering work. Biggie was good. And if you listen to Biggie's not his albums, you listen to some of those videos where he was like in the club and rapping and stuff like that. For what I understand, well, let me say this part about it. If you listen to stuff from Biggie in the club and stuff like that, Biggie had a good cadence where he could flow. For a fat dude, he could spit for a while and just Go from the dome. He had a good flow to his stuff, right? That was big. Other person I heard that was good for that was outside of Jay-Z was DMX. DMX was good for that. Just spit grimy, just grit. He was good for that. That's how he got discovered. So I appreciate a rapper who can do that. I appreciate a rapper who can do that. Not all of them can. Ice Cube been writing shit for years. He don't never say he freestyle. He write. You can see his rhyme sheets. He writes. I write. I still got a book this thick of all raps that I was writing when I was really into it. When I was really into it, I was writing. People thought that that's what I was going to do. I was going to be a rapper. I was a little shy at the time. I like the idea of being on stage in front of people, rapping, saying this shit. That shit look. Nowadays, though, fun fact, don't matter now. But I got older, I had to get to that point. Still need some seasoning. So I missed some opportunities because I wasn't seasoned at that. So that's why I played the song in the beginning. So look that brother up, support him if you can, buy his album because he has one out, or just get to his YouTube channel and see the stuff he does. Listen to some of those songs that he mentioned. Next Rap God, Joker 1, Joker 2. He got some bars. And I like seeing people like that get shine other than people who can't even understand what the hell they said or give me one of their quotables and they get praised and everything else just for doing some objection. But what? Where's the skill? Where's the skill in being a dumbass? So, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. The stream does not run on hopes and dreams. It runs on green, just like every other thing. So make the Cash App ring during the stream. I am looking for 10 contributors. I got one earlier. My cinephilic brother, Malika Me Bain, was in the chat early supporting, or excuse me, I should say. He's making a bell ring early in support. So to Malika Me Bain, I will give you the 3-piece salute. Thank you, brother. Technical. This thing is always fucking slow as shit. Apologize, you guys. I'm trying to get this thing right so I can see the chat and type here instead of having to type on the computer. And it's not bringing up the chat. Bringing up the damn chat. Not bringing up the chat. Let's see. Anyway, moving on with what's moving. As you guys can tell from the background, I am at work. I'm on call today. I was helping somebody else out, so I took their on call. So it was like one hand washing the other, helping them and helping me. So that means I'm not at the shop today, which means Ali in the chat. Appreciate you, Ali. Ali is coming in to be the designated hitter for me this weekend, covering in the shop. So those doors stay open. People come in, buying comics. Hope that is needed. Another independent operation by a black man who that is mildly being supported. There's some other stuff going on in the background. I'm not sure I'm going to speak on right now, but there's a reason why I'm working so much. Put it that way. There's a reason why I'm working so much. And it ain't because support coming out the ass. It's not. Because I'm supporting ass. Everybody else just sitting. Which upsets me. One second, guys. because of course all this stuff is coming up on my screen. So let me see what we got. Hold on. Sorry about that. Hold on. All right. I see some of the alerts on my phone, but it's a bunch of things up there. So, to the no one, appreciate you for donating to the stream. I will give you a 3B salute. And next one also goes to the no one. I can't read your message right now, no one, because I'm on the stream on my phone. I forgot to bring it. So you're gonna have to put it in the chat, no one. You want the guts and butts? Or what? Because I know you always double up for that reason. So I'm thinking you want the guts and butts. So to no one, appreciate you donate to the stream twice. I will give you the guts and butts. Appreciate you, no one.
Double up, 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lies. Run it up. Never let a hard time on the
Said Maestro, please. To the no one, the guts and butts. To F Holiday, I see you in the chat and on the donation. Appreciate you, F Holiday. I will give you the appreciate you.
Money for the crowd, double lag. Pussy on fat, double lag. 100 on the sack, double lag. Block like a ghost town, still double bag.
That was the wrong one. I was supposed to give you the 3B. F Holiday, I'm sorry. 3B salute. Sorry. All right. So moving on. What up, Faulkner? The Woo Beast in the building. What up, Mr. Charles? Charles, you have to forgive me too, man. I've been in and out of YouTube so much. I'm hearing stuff and not understanding what the hell is happening. You actually left the police force? I didn't. I heard it, but I wasn't listening. Put it that way. I heard it, but I wasn't listening. Because you didn't say that specifically, but we'll go into that because I still need to get that interview with you, sir, so you can fill me in later. But moving on, it's 46 minutes into this shit, so let's get on with the shit that you get. All right, so we got some geek stuff, we got some YouTube stuff, and we got some life stuff. In December, I thought that's when you got hurt. I thought that's when you got hurt. Not that you was leaving, that you got hurt. Get the fuck out of here. You wasn't even. You had a couple more years before retirement, didn't you? Like what, 2 or 3? From what I recall. Yeah, Black Lion Security. What up, BTM? Yeah, you did get hurt in March. They're still fucking with you that long? Some people just don't know how to leave well enough to fuck alone. Stop. If you don't take care of good people, you will never have good people. That's just from being on both sides of the game, from being a worker to being the person who has to hire you. If you don't take care of them, you will lose. Trust me. The last thing you want is a bunch of motherfuckers that can't get the job done or won't get the job done on your job. And it's the last thing. That shit is going to be irritating as all hell, and nothing is actually going to be any good. The quality is going to go to shit. Okay, I see some people donating in the chat right now. 1 second while I get some of these goddamn alerts off my phone. And if one of you smart people in the chat room know anything about the money pox, share what you know in the chat for everybody else, because I didn't read Biden's comments that he was making on it, nor am I reading this report about the asteroid coming close to the Earth on May 27th, and we missed it. I'm like, dude, it's only the 22nd. That's I'm in listening to some time travel shit. It's the 22nd, not the 27th. So get the fucking report. Everyone loves to know. Yeah, because they're geeks. Black Lion? Dude, that's multiple layers of geekdom in that shit. Outside of you being a big black motherfucker. Okay, be Black Lion. I'm fine with that. That's awesome. When you make the logo, you kind of make it look robotic. Just kind of. Not enough to get sued, but just enough for the brand recognition. Everybody else do the shit, right? You can't create steel. What the fuck is going on? This is so lame. Keeps disconnecting from the chat. Apparently we need somebody to look at our Wi-Fi here. What up, Beastly? What up, 2Triv? I see you guys in here. And to 2Triv, thank you for supporting the stream. I will give you, as soon as I get to it, again, since I can't get one chat working consistently so I can see it, I will give you the 3B salute. Appreciate you, 2Triv. And to the beastly nerd, the dark beast, the blue beast. We got Hank or we got Henry in the building today. Just ask. Shout out to Beastly Nerd. Appreciate you. I will give you the 3B salute. I like Beastly. So I like Beastly. All right, so moving on with the show. I'm sorry if you guys keep seeing me stick my hand up here because the fucking tablet is not updating as fast as the phone is updating. I don't know what that is. I don't know why that is. But like I'm saying, mobile service is better than Wi-Fi service in the building. Everything needs a hard line. Yeah, 2Triv. The lead line in Voltron is black. Yeah. Yeah. That's why that's awesome. That's why that's awesome. That was a good name. What up, Aquatechy, #1 wrench in the building. Says salute to ArtisanMc in the chat room and GeekElite have assembled. Yes. Every Sunday. 11 to whenever, wherever the hell I'm at. You know you will get a show. I'm on call and you still get a show. Sit there in our break room. Giving you a show. So appreciate business for actually having this to where we can kick out. So what else have we got? We got some geek stuff, we got some YouTube stuff, and I got some life stuff. How all this is going to weave together will be a mystery to us all. Let's just say this. One of the things that Dax talked about near the end of that song was about legacy and people not being to forget his name at the same time they try to erase him. And that leads me into the video I watched earlier this morning, which was BGS talking about Kevin being a martyr and all the haters coming for him after he passed, making him a martyr more than just a man. I can agree with it. I can agree with the kind of moniker somebody was hung on him. I forgot who was the first person I heard say that, but calling him Saint Kevin. I was thinking of Saint Samuel, the patron saint of the manosphere, but Saint Kevin is. I will agree. One of my favorite lines from V from Vendetta is about the man being an idea, and the idea itself being bulletproof. The idea of men having the right to say what it is they want openly, to be able to have a fair shake in this legal system. The idea of men being able to have some respect for themselves and stand up for themselves against this gynocracy and gynocratic behavior. In some senses, is something worth actually dying. It is. And if you are going to be remembered for standing up to that, for speaking on it, and letting that be known that a whole 2 generations worth of men understand this concept, how long this stuff has been going on, and can speak ad nauseum about the deficits that it puts young boys at, especially young black boys, and just males in this society in general, while at the same time saying that you are the ones creating all of this shit, needs to be spoken on. Person speaking on that should be a message that gets remembered. Because that idea, in effect, in itself, is bulletproof. That's why the mission doesn't change because one man fell off. Still the same mission. To be able to have our voices out there and have them be heard. Especially black men. Now, if you want to link some of this dumb shit together link this to some other dumb shit that's going on. Y'all saw last week what one goofy ass motherfucker with a gun walking into a supermarket can do. And what's his message? Look, as bad as BGS would say that the people complaining about Kevin after his death and turning him into a martyr would be, and remarking on the people who try to step into the breach, when as soon as his spot was vacated, somebody was going to crowd in there to try to get the spotlight. This shit is happening all over this. It's happening all over this. Same stuff he was talking about seeing when people were in his comment section about the video he put up with the folks in New York talking about the Buffalo thing. Same thing you saw with Kevin. People are that damn callous now. They are that damn desensitized. Shit. And don't think about the people involved. That was the same point I was making on the day Kevin passed. All this shit people talking, nobody thinking about his mother or his daughter. Half these motherfuckers didn't even realize he had a daughter. Oh, I listen to him all the time. We ain't never heard him talk about his kid. Didn't matter when they was dancing a scrag jig on his grave, did it? So you shouldn't be surprised at a conversation not a week, 2 weeks removed on a totally different topic where black folks are dead again and black men are there involved in it, that nobody gives a fuck about the people who actually got killed. Shouldn't be surprised at all. They don't give a fuck about Kevin. What makes you think they give a fuck about these folks in the grocery store when they want to push the agenda du jour, which is we need to talk about the 2A and the gun shit? No, you don't. You need to talk about this crazy little bastard getting a gun. Or you can talk about the people who lost their life. Or you can talk about the black men who was there to protect people like Dr. T-Hassan was playing. The black men don't protect. No, we don't protect your trifling ass. That's who we don't protect. Because I can tell you, as a black man, I would never jump to the defense of a loudmouth bitch. Never. You know why? No telling what happened. No telling how that situation came down. It might be deserving that she get her fucking block knocked off. Could be. Because I can tell you something I told my son growing up is that one of the things I had to learn the hard way growing up is that, yeah, my mother told me that I should respect all women. And when I got out in the world and started dealing with women, I understood that you cannot treat every woman that you run into after that like your goddamn mama. Because they're not. They ain't your mama. They ain't your fucking sister. They ain't your auntie. They ain't your favorite niece. None of that shit. They are people just like you are. Because they ain't seeing you like they daddy, they brother, they favorite uncle that didn't touch them. No, they're not seeing you as none of that shit. And they're not going to treat you like that. You would set yourself up for failure going out there treating every person like that. You treat them how they earn and how they treat you. They can't deal with you with respect, then they don't deserve no respect back. It's just that damn simple. It's very simple. It's called a social exchange. You know, when you walk up to somebody and say hello and shake their hand and tell them your name, if they don't do that back, you're like, why are you trying to touch me? Why are you trying to talk to me? Then fuck you. Then fuck you. Fine. Civility be damned. Let's move on to the just out and out disrespecting it. Yeah, Aquatech, protection is earned because trust and believe at Black Lion Security, founded by the Charles Faulkner Jr. of the Black Manosphere, you will pay for that damn security. Oh, you will pay for it. It's not for free. He ain't doing it pro bono. Oh, hell no. No, pro bono. No. That shit run on green just like every other thing. The only thing that's coming free right now is your goddamn attitude, even that cost. So seeing these people acting an ass about these folks that got killed in Buffalo and thinking nothing about the people who lost their life, there's all the vitriol and shit they want to spew out about white boy and the 2A and guns and all this stuff, how black folks ain't prepared. I'm like, oh shit, you know what this reminds me of? Like I talk about many a time, not to rub it in your face, just to get black folks on the same page, just like Brent's been talking about forever. Black folks do not read. Why don't you read 1984? And you ain't got to read all of it. Just read, I believe it's in the first 5 chapters, when Winston goes to work, and understand how they have their 2 minutes of hate and what the 2 minutes of hate is. Just look it up. Pick up a book, or if you don't want to pick it up, get it on fucking Audible. Let the book read itself to you, since that's all you listen to, and let the screen tell you what was happening on the words on this page. And find out about what the 2 minutes of hate is. All it is whooping up the emotions of folks and throwing a picture up in front of them to get them raging like a bull at that red flag. So they get you charging in the right goddamn direction. Stupid. Paying no attention to the shit that actually fucking matters. Because one thing that I can agree with one of the women that was on the panel that BGS put up from the, I think it was Critical Counselor or something like that. You got to work on that logo because Geeks and Gamers will sue his ass for that shit. I'm pretty sure they will. But I'm not trying to live in fear. Fuck you. No. I do believe in having the ability to protect yourself. You know how you have the ability to protect yourself as black men? Don't get tripped up in any of these stupid ass situations and start taking rights from it. you know, that make it harder for you to enforce the rights that you actually have in this country. I know they're not taken very serious all the time. I know. I live here. Okay, I'm a native. I get it. But by not fucking up to the point where you can have those rights taken away from you, gives you the ability to actually use more of those rights. They have to have a real decent fucking excuse to bar you. That's why, even with this case, it ain't a two-way case to me. I want to know why this little loony motherfucker had the ability to get this shit. Because if you listen to what I heard just last week, he wasn't a dumb kid. His parents were smart. He was smart. Okay, so what is he saying? The truth and believe, trust and believe. We talked about this in the space the whole time. BGS has talked about it many times, going all around the world, not just domestically, on how birth rates are low. And that a lot of countries, including this one, have birth rates below replacement. It's not new knowledge. The only difference is this goofy motherfucker know it too, and he decided he was going to go out there and by picking off, 10 people, it was going to make a difference. Not only that, what up, AB? What up, Art Newston? Art beat the building. Came to hang with old Eddie Kane. On top of that, the only difference is this motherfucker looking as goofy as those people in the last Batman movie, those Riddler copycats in the Batman movie. That's how done he looked. Yeah, old people don't make babies. Exactly, Aquateki. Old people, all they need to do is get it in. They ain't making babies. Now, this little goofy bastard, Charles can point this shit out too. He's a fucking coward. He is. Why? Because he walked in there with all that goddamn body on him. And he went somewhere where nobody else would probably possibly have a gun to pull on his ass themselves. That's what makes him a pussy. He went in there on some first-person shooter bullshit. That's why he was trying to live stream shit. Because all you video game heads out there would understand it could have been a fucking Twitch stream as far as I fucking know. I didn't look for the video. I wouldn't give it a like. I wouldn't give it a watch. I don't want to support that kind of shit. Because I thought it was really interesting. This little bastard walked in there and killed a bunch of people, and he walked out in handcuffs. And we have seen people on camera get shot just for reaching for the paperwork to show an officer that they have a right to carry a pistol. That motherfucker did everything but send up a flare talking about giving me attention. Everything but. And he ain't alone. It's a lot of disaffected little young white boys out here acting like this in the same spaces. What, you gonna walk around being afraid of every one of them? Hiding in the house? That's why the streets are so fucked up. Too many people hiding in the house and not taking charge of your front lawn. Like, no, keep that shit from around here. You got all this vitriol for black folks. Some of these other people, you don't be saying shit. I just watched a report today. In my state, Bay Point, Pittsburgh, shout out to Steve. Now, these two dumbasses went to the liquor store to rob the liquor store and ended up pistol whipping the clerk behind the register. Little Asian dude. Now, unbeknownst to them, the liquor store clerk was an Air Force vet. At his age, maybe he was in Desert Storm. I doubt if he was in Vietnam. Now, you pistol whipping this dude to get the money out the register while the other one is in back, held at gunpoint. What happens? This motherfucker goes for the gun he got behind the counter. and popped that fucking dude that was robbing the store. And he died a block later. Now, do I feel bad about this shit? Because looking at it, looks like it might have been a goofy brother. Looks like it might have been a goofy brother. Do I feel bad about this shit? No. I really don't. Because that was some dumb shit. I hate seeing the worst of us promoted, put out there so it can be seen. I don't get to see the worst of any Asians. I don't get to see the worst of any Pakistanis. No, I don't get to see the worst. Even if I'm watching some other news channel, I don't get to see the worst. We always get to see the worst or the lowest percentage of us on TV, plastered everywhere. I was talking about this with Dr. Chiasan just this week, where I had an article that popped up on my feed, or did Dr. Chiasan send it to me? I don't know. But I'm reading this article. It's about a mother and daughter went to see the estranged father to meet up for fucking ice cream. It's up here in California, in my area. And then they end up dead that same day in swimming. Now, I read the article. 4-year-old girl, 28, 30-year-old, I think the mother was 28 years old. Latina. Drove up from San Jose up here to Blackhawk. See, the father, who didn't really want anything to do with that kid because his family wouldn't accept him. You know, there would be an issue with put it this way, the cultures would be clashing, right? There would be a culture clash. So he was hiding the child. You don't know anything about Northern California. Blackhawk is a rich area. You know how rich it was? The house, which was the father's house, that they found the little girl and the mother dead in the pool of, was a 7,000 square foot house. Do the math. You got some smart real estate people in there. Do the fucking math. It is a rich area. Like I told Dr. Chiasan, you don't go there unless you know somebody. You are not just driving around that fucking neighborhood. No. You don't go there unless you know somebody. Gated community. You know what a gate means? Keep out. Keep your black ass out of here. Now, this woman went up there with her daughter to meet the father, who was estranged. The girl hadn't met her. He wanted to hide the child or whatever the fuck it was. He was paying her money, keep her quiet, and wanted to, take this money and go situation. Mother and daughter end up dead. No ice cream to be had. I read that whole freaking article, and you know what they did? The only thing you heard about the father was that it was how they named him in this shit, the daughter's father. You know what they left out? His fucking name, ethnic affiliation. They left out all of that shit. It was never mentioned in the article one fucking time. Name, race, none of that. You knew his family owned a bunch of gas stations, and that the woman who had the child used to work for him at one of said gas stations, and he got her pregnant. You found out that he thought that the family would not accept her because the cultures was too damn different. But even with the killing of a mother and a child that he is not guilty of, they never mentioned his race. They never mentioned his ethnicity. They never mentioned his name. He barely got his age. I'm like, damn, he must got some good lawyers. Must have some very good lawyers, which means he must got some goddamn money. I said this many a time in my personal life. I think I said it on here a couple of times, but America is not racist. It's not really racist. And if you're poor, you understand this. Only color America actually appreciates is green. If you ain't got it, they don't like your ass. That's why this scraggly looking little white boy can throw down some green and get him a gun and body armor and everything else and live stream himself walking into a damn grocery store in a neighborhood full of just working class poor folks and start shooting them up and everybody take him out in cuffs and then lay his ass out in the convenient aisle next to the fucking ketchup. You need psychological evaluation. Look, dude, a black boy doing the same shit would not be getting a psychiatric evaluation. That motherfucker would have been getting lead and a closed casket funeral. Even them, North Hollywood shooters, even they got killed. What is it now? We can shoot everybody but, little white boys? Why they so special? But that's why I didn't spend that much time on this story outside of, saying my prayers for the people who actually got killed. Because as soon as I saw a picture of him in cuffs smiling for the fucking camera, I was like, the fuck out of here. Why don't you all stop rubbing this bullshit in my face? How much we don't fucking matter. Stop it. Just quit it. Just say this shit and get it over. Stop with all the subtext. And yeah, Aquatech, that's a big ass fucking house. 7,000 square feet. And you was the only one there? And you're not guilty? They ain't charged you yet? Why not? Do you know, if I stayed in an apartment building and I was the only one there, and a mother and child was found dead in a swimming pool that might have been coming to visit me, I would be in jail right now? Do you understand that shit? If I was the only one there, I'd be a suspect. Money matters. A lot. And in this situation, he had it, and they fucking did. It was further compounded how much bullshit this was when you listen to the brother of the mother that was dead in the pool, saying that neither one of them knew how to swim, the daughter or the mother. So much so that they stayed away from water. So why the fuck would they be in a swimming pool? This just goes to show how deep this stuff goes. People focus on the wrong shit. And unless you got green or the color scheme that matters for this country, you ain't protected at all. You're not. And you won't be. Stop looking for it. I'm disappointed to hear my boy Charles in the chat ain't a cop no more. That's a military veteran. Through the 9/11 years in the military. Ripping up floors and kicking in doors. And a cop. Why did he have to quit? Because I'm pretty sure he ain't bad at that shit. I'm pretty sure about that. I have to do one ride along with him to understand he's probably not bad at his fucking job. So why do you have to leave? Because some motherfuckers fail upwards. And they got the complexion for the protection. Look, Charles said, nearly legendary. Dude, your wrestling career alone makes you legendary. I didn't even throw that on there. That was shit you did before you ever, put your hand up and swore to God to defend the country, any of that shit. It's a loss to them. Yeah, go have a security force, please. You get that trainer, I'll come get some of it. Because obviously this goofy little springy-headed boy can go get some training. Somebody trained this goofy ass to do what? To do what? Was he going off into the military? Probably not likely. No. So what was he trained for? What? I told somebody else this before, probably a female, and about how these young boys in this society, because understand, this little white boy is a symptom of a problem that this country has with males in general. Black men specifically, but males in general. At his age, what was he, 18, almost 20? Okay. Us in the manosphere actually track some of this shit historically. Rewind yourself back 20 years and what was going on with that population of children and how they're being raised. Just take it for 10 years, from 0 to 10 years. What was he getting? What was he raised on? 10 years ago was what? Where are we at? 2012? Wasn't that almost a steady diet of between 1 and 10, just 2000? Yeah, Beastly. See, Beastly on it. Thank you for somebody in the chat following along with the goddamn conversation. That's why having a chat on pace with you is important. Medicine. Medicating. Even when he made threats of doing certain things, what they give his ass? Counseling. So all this soft talk, and nobody smacked this boy in his fucking head and told him how stupid he was acting. Nothing, right? What did Charles say? They treated us poorly. I said, if you aren't going to promote me to sergeant, then I will promote myself to be a commander and a CEO. That's exactly it. That's exactly it, Charles. Because trust and believe, I told my boy Pep about you, Charles, because he's in law enforcement. He's been going through the same shit you going through on this coast for about just as long, trying to get the same thing. Just a sergeant promotion. Just a sergeant promotion. Everybody else sleeping with each other, sleeping with a commanding officer, everybody else can get promoted and fail upwards. They can all become sergeants, lieutenants, no matter what. No matter how many bodies they got on their record, no matter how fucked up they doing their job or don't know how to do their job, they can get promoted up. His ass is getting stuck at not being a sergeant. They just want him dealing with the worst of the worst. And I'm like, and why do you keep pitching this shit to me? Why do you keep pitching this shit to me to get in there? Like, I want to deal with this shit? Dude, I get fired. I'm getting older. I have less tolerance. I just do. It's not as good. I got a hereditary. I have a hereditary disposition where I can't keep my mouth closed that often when I hear bullshit. Look, it's on both sides of my family. This is part of what Sometimes I can't keep my mouth shut. I can hold military, police, and fire. Yeah. And still fighting for acceptance after all these goddamn decades. After all these damn decades, probably hundreds of years. By my count. Yeah, probably hundreds of years. Still can't get it. Why? Because some of this shit is passed down. And if you listen to EGS, and I keep saying this shit, they put the work out there. I don't have to do the work. There's PhDs and learned people, eggheads amongst us, who actually put out research this shit so you can find it. If you ain't did the, at least small part of due diligence and read, excuse me, Man Not by Dr. Tommy Kirby, do yourself a little justice and just read Ratchet's Rouge by Grinch. The work is out there. They're not the ones who keep perpetuating shit. The same people, the same group that you cater to is the ones who perpetuate the shit in children. Because they're the only ones who stay. Right? You go to war, all your men get killed off. So who's teaching these little young bastards how to be, you know, if you want to say WSs? Who's teaching them? You know, for the last 20 years, they ain't raised many masculine men anyway. So who teaching this shit to them? The same people who crying that they ain't protected. Some of the same. Let me back up. Same people who still saying they need equality and using civil rights struggle and the rainbow banner to push for all the power grabs. Those are the ones. And that's why I say the country as a whole has a problem with how they deal with matters. As a whole. Black and specific. The country hates men. It does. The darker you are, the worse you're going to fucking be. You better have some fucking offset it. Unless you do something like, I don't know, slap the shit out of somebody. Yeah. Then they'll come for your ass too. No matter how much you're using. Like, share, subscribe, subscribe. So yeah. Some of us actually have a more common. Aquatechy, I can tell you this. I haven't met many brothers on any job that have been. Because I'll tell you something I do on every job I've ever been on. I actually try to teach people what I know, especially brothers that come on the job and don't know because they weren't set up for success. They were set up for failure. It's simply around ownership. I never want to see somebody walk into a situation that they weren't prepared. That's why I never taught that to my children. I taught my children to be prepared for shit. Understand that things probably won't go well. So have your plan, your counter set ahead of you. That's why I taught my son and my daughter to chess. Have that they should teach you. Put more thought into it. Say that this is what I'm gonna do today. I'm a live stream, so everybody can see. For what? Don't people copy? Don't you remember? How about you get remembered for being killed in jail? How about that? Because they was real ginger with your ass. I find that awfully fucking peculiar. Isn't New York the place where motherfucker got choked out for selling cigarettes? Choked out and died for just selling loose cigarettes? Ain't that the place? Interesting. Some real zero tolerance. Yeah, Charles, I'm pretty sure. Look, the kid ain't got a job. They ain't talk shit about this boy having a job. You ain't seen nobody interview his employer. From what the story I heard, both his parents is like engineers or some shit. He got plenty of money. I'm not begrudging the parent for buying their child a weapon. I'm not besmirching the parents for getting the child some training with said weapon, because that's what you do when you're responsible. What I do have a problem with is this damn child now, who obviously wasn't too, I don't know what his psychologist was actually on. You'd have to interview that motherfucker to see who it was. And I bet you 9 out of 10 it was a chick. I bet you it was a chick. And you can see how the psychological profession is going, where they're enabling all these fucking people because they give them all this soft talk and don't know how to be, stern with them. Oh, you can't do that. It would hurt his fucking feelings. Well, look, his feelings not being hurt got a whole bunch of other people fucking killed. Fuck his feelings. I bet money was probably a woman. Not to put too fine of a point. I bet it wasn't. He just needs some help and some outlets for his anger. I bet the fuck he do, don't he? Some people end up in jail. It gives them an outlet for their anger. Or it gives them an inlet for being less anal retentive. What's up, Savage? Ilongo Savage. Yeah, foot in his ass. Exactly, Beasley. Look, before I had children, I worked with children 4 years. 4 years. I was a counselor. Or if you want to call it a recreation leader. Years. I worked with children of all ages. Then when I got older and went off to college and started studying psychology and stuff like that, I found that a lot of people agreed with the ideas that I had that children need some boundaries. Because you don't start with the boundaries out here and then think you can narrow it down to where you can manage them as they get older. That's not how the shit works. You start with boundaries here. As you get older, you gain some freedom. Then you can stretch them boundaries out. No, no one, not the camp counselor and meatballs. No, not a summer camp counselor. I was working in what most people would consider the inner city, in Richmond, in the community centers, with some troubled kids and some kids with some ain't shit fucking parents. Some ain't shit parents, predominantly their mom. The kind of mamas that lock they 6 and 7 year olds out the house at 8 o'clock at night because she just want to go to sleep. And so it's 3 little boys just walking the goddamn streets at night. Yeah, black mama. True story. Are so fucked up that they son get into pimping and everything else out on the streets. Yeah, true story. That kind of counseling, that kind of recreation league, that kind of example of that as a black boy, as a black teen, you can do something else. You can choose a different way of living outside of everything you see and around you. All the hell you got to do is get the fuck away from where you started. Get off and start. The game of Monopoly sitting on fucking start. Roll and get the fuck away. Take your chance. Join the military, start a band, go on tour, get a bucket together and just get the fuck away from there as far as you can go on one take of gas. Just get the fuck away. That's what I figured. That's what I told my children. That's why you don't see me bitching about the fact that I got one child in another state, another child far away from me. No. The other child that's just far away from me, his ass is supposed to be in another country. That's where his ass is supposed to be, in another country. He got wrapped up behind his fucking dick in feelings. So he's still here. Working his ass off just like I am able to see. So, even then, I was the advocate for kids to see something better, do something better, trying to show them through me and my show them that they are more than what they are. At the same time, I'm doing all this. You got dumb motherfuckers raising nature think that we are lesser just because, if for nothing else, because this shit don't come up. Like we have a choice in this shit. At the same time, you got another group of people growing up and wanting to be mad at it just because we're swinging between our legs like we had a choice in that shit too. Because they mad thank God. Life is hard all over, ain't a cupcake. Oh my God. What are we gonna do about it? Suck it the fuck up. Easily say some here I taught after school, martial arts for 5 years. And don't set boundaries and children will not respect you. Exactly. Because children, and I say this and people think I'm joking in a sense. No, it's just my view on children. Children are little fucking animals. They're little untrained animals. And if you ever seen somebody with a dog they can't control, and then you see them with a kid, I feel bad for the fucking kid. You know why? Because they don't know how to train a goddamn thing that actually is an animal. The kid ain't gonna have no hope. They can't get no discipline out of this four-legged animal. They can't think on their level. What the fuck does the child have of learning any of that shit from that person? None. This is going to be a little unruly bastard in the next 10 years that somebody else grown is going to have to deal with and try to keep putting through a wall. Like, your parents ain't taught you shit, little motherfucker. Problems. Taught a lot of boys who had single mother conversations with my sensei, what that basically was going to have to be more than a teacher and some. Beastly, I did the same thing. I didn't teach martial arts. My homeboy Harv, shout out to Darrell. My homeboy Harv taught martial arts at the school. I taught art. I would teach art. I would do video games. I would just do one-on-one, just talking to them, just trying to show them different shit. Stuff that was common for me, but was amazing to them. I tell you one of the things I did. While I worked in the community center, there was a couple of things I started. So you can see how far back this goes, and I'll link it to the present day. You know that whole thing with like comic shop, right? And wanting to do that for other people and throwing my money into it? Yeah, that's not new for me. That is a perpetuation of the same behavior I've exhibited throughout my life. When I came to that shop and started working there and started movie nights and magic play and all that shit to try to get people in there and make it communal for people, that ain't fucking new either. That was something I did in my fucking 30s. Now, if I go back to this community center work, that was me in my teens before I was a 20. You know what I started then? I started a pool tournament. You know, billiards, shooting pool. So people could play and show their skills and share that with each other. I used to work Saturdays just like I work now in my 40s. I used to work Saturdays in my teens at that community center. I'd be the only one there. And I'd bring my Super Nintendo from home or whatever and set it up in the back room and have those kids come in, and we'd do whole tournaments playing video games and sharing that with each other and sharing that fun with each other. When some of the young boys that was there was talking about they wanted to be rappers and stuff like that, fine, I would help them with that. I'd push and support them with that. Give them that encouragement. Yeah, keep doing that shit. It is nothing that you haven't heard from my boy Joe Thompson or Chris Adams tell you about them and their comic book. That's today's terms. This is shit I was doing since I was a teen. I always support brothers. Always put that positive bug in their ear that somebody believes that they can do the shit, and fuck everybody else who don't. If you ain't got nobody support, you got mine. If it means anything to you. Talk to them art, talk to them what I knew about rapping. Listen to them. Okay, I would change this verse. It sounds a little clunky. Get yourself a thesaurus and look up some of these other words and get you a synonym, antonym book that will work so you can find some different similes with your words. Because the bigger your vocabulary, the more words you can use. So then it's not limited to only using curse words to rhyme. We did Aquatech. We did have a good time. I hated to hell. It hurt me a lot when I left that job. But I left that job because I had a son on the way and I needed to get that money. It wasn't about just having fun for everybody else. I needed to provide. So I took another job, and that job was paying me more, and I had to do what I had to do. I had to leave that job, and I didn't want to. I love those kids. I've been there for years, at least 5. Seen them grow up. That's why if I saw them today, they would still be like, hey, it's so-and-so. They grown, married, got kids, divorced, all kind of shit. And that's amazing to me to see. To be able to be in somebody's life that long or that short amount of time and them still have that respect for it. But understand, this has been me giving back from way back in my teens. And I don't carry it like that, like, you know, you need to be kissing my ass for this shit. It was just what I did because I thought it was right. I would have wanted somebody to do that shit for me. So it was me paying it forward for the people that did do it. Yeah, I needed some friends like that, but you know what happens in a gynocracy? You don't get to have many male men around that you can actually kick it with. That is always something to be frowned upon, poo-pooed, and kept you away from. So all you get is the soaking and entrenching in this feminine estrogen energy the whole time. Learn how to be really fucking sensitive. Which can get you laid if you use it the right way. And that's Tupac. It does bring you in conflict with your brothers often. Because y'all energies ain't matching up. Now, I'm going to move off of this because I spent too much time on it. But these were all Lincoln thoughts because the callousness of people dancing on Kevin's birthday, the callousness of people remembering these people who died in the supermarket and focusing on everything else but that. It all goes to point to one thing, is that society has coarsened and society wants to turn a blind eye to your suffering. They cannot deal with your suffering. They can't. Because it points too many fingers back at them. That lets you know how much the society is not male-based. It's female-based. Because it never wants to claim any accountability for any of this shit. Even when you're the victim of it. Even when you're the victim of it. They can't. They won't acknowledge it. It doesn't exist. I don't see your truth. Well, it's right there. That's why I say you might as well just say we don't give a fuck about black people on the news report. Just say that. And yeah, we're gonna say this white boy because fuck you niggers. Might as well say that shit. That's all you saying when I see this dude getting walked out after killing some people. And he got everything written out there that he wants to be killed for this shit. No, do him a favor there. There's people that, it is brothers that's in jail and been doing time for probably 10 years that done less than this little motherfucker. There's brothers dead for less. For less than what this little asshole did. You don't fuck about this dude. Fuck him. And just to put too more fine of a point on it, anybody who fucking think like him. I've told you guys this before. I'm just waiting for all the racists to die, personally. I am. And if they don't die, I'm waiting for them to have, you know, their daughters have one of these little mixed babies that this little motherfucker was so worried about. So then maybe when that child, that little baby grows up amongst all that hatred from inside of their own fucking family, and he goes out to a grocery store one day and some other little disaffected white boy comes in there and kills his ass, he can see how that shit feels. This shit is stupid. Now, from what I heard, white boy wasn't too off. He was right. Y'all, you white folks aren't being replaced. But it ain't black folks' fault. It's not. It ain't us who's replacing you, is it? We are a shrinking demographic in this motherfucker. Because the wanton, accidental, or otherwise killing of black folks ain't never been really illegal. And most people really don't get prosecuted for that shit, do they? You got to make a whole public fuss and have riots in the street for them to actually convict any of these motherfuckers. But young white dudes with automatic weapons get to kill a lot of people, often. And often they live. So, I don't want to hear this shit. I like my bullshit up front. And if you don't like me, to say you don't fucking like it. Fine. It don't matter. It's a free country. You can say whatever the fuck you want to. But you also got to deal with the consequences of that shit. So, if you don't like black folks and Latinos and stuff like that, well, there's places you can move with that. They usually call them gated communities and shit, right? Unless we get some money, we can move in there too. That's a sticking point about America. Everybody can earn it. What are you talking about here? Oh, you got a white guy comfortable. Okay, I see what you're saying. Beautiful. Yeah. Yeah, I was watching, just a side note for UFO, I was watching a bounty hunter video not too long ago where these cops are serving a warrant on I can't remember where the hell they were, up in the hills. Brother and a white dude. They got into a whole fucking struggle. White dude. And he was cocky and out of line. He was cocky and out of line, talking way reckless to other white folks. Be that as it may, they got into a whole fucking fight up there with women and dudes. Tussling in the dirt, out in the street, all this shit, where they had to zip tie everybody in the damn family. Still go in there and find the person they was fucking looking for. I'm like, black folks would have been fucking dead. And there's a black dude standing there. I was like, black folks would have been dead. There's no fucking way. Y'all get a lot of goddamn leeway that you don't understand. A lot of leeway that y'all don't understand. A lot. But that's okay. You know. You found the shit, right? We just brought it. I get it. I get the hierarchy. I don't gotta like it. I just have to understand. Fine. But don't act like nobody else sees the shit. Moving on. The other dumb shit that I was seeing in the news that should point back to the fact how America has a problem against men in general. Have y'all been watching any of this Amber Heard, Johnny Depp trial this last couple of weeks? Well, if you've been watching it, you understand that Amber was on the stand and her defense team was up there doing it. And one of the things that you found out when they went into this is that Amber Heard fired her PR team because she was getting a lot of bad press. Deservedly getting bad press, but she's full of shit. Or a turd on the bed, right? But beyond all that, what you saw from this week, that some announcements came out that no, she was off of Aquaman 2 and they didn't have a contract with her and whatever. I'm not believing that shit for anything. You know why? Because she got a new PR team. Because she has a new PR team. Because she has a new PR team, to me, all of this shit sounds like extra PR to try to make her look like a sympathetic victim. Well, she ain't a victim of shit except being caught on tape saying the shit she was saying. That's it. Of doing all this horrible shit. That's it. Now, one of the things I found really interesting of all this is the news reports that keep showing up. Because I told you, I get news reports on my phone all day, every day. All kinds of shit. Because I take in a lot of information. Every report that I was seeing for these last 2 weeks have always got two things going on. One, you try to see Amber Heard looking like kind of downtrodden and sad, and like she might have been crying or some shit. And the other thing is they always show a picture of Johnny Depp smiling. Now, psychologically, you have to understand what's going on here and understand how psychology plays into advertising and stuff. And one of the things I've told you guys before is that you always have to look at stuff like this and try to figure out who is aimed at. Who is the end consumer for this ad? Now, you can look through YouTube and see it yourself. Everybody that's reporting on the trials and stuff like that. Everybody keeps putting up a picture of Johnny Depp smiling. Why? Is the case over? No, it's not. It's just her turn to give her spiel, right? Which you already know is bullshit because you heard Johnny Depp's tapes. All right? So you know how he was trying to get away from it and how she was telling him that nobody would believe that he was abused by her. And sure, she hit him, but stop being a girl about it. And how she told him flat out that nobody would believe him. That's this country. She already know the fixes it. They keep showing him Johnny Depp smiling because that is the new PR spin to make it seem like Johnny Depp is hurting her. That's why you see a picture of him smiling next to a picture of her looking sad face. he is hurting her. Because what that does is, for black folks here in the manosphere understand that, it flips on the simp switch. The sympathy must come for Amber. To save Amber. She's in pain. And Johnny is doing it to her. Why? Because he didn't want to be with her crazy ass? How does that work? He wasn't smacking the shit out of her. She was hitting him. Funniest part about this shit, watching this case, is seeing how close to fucking reality this was for me dealing with my crazy fucking ex. Oh my goodness. This is the kind of shit that I was afraid of happening. Them same vibes was there. Same shit coming out their mouth. Oh, what a second. Nah, see, Aquateki, the smile on Johnny could be vindication. But in the media, that's not how it's going to be taken. It's going to be taken as him being vindictive to her. Because understand, this culture is set up to overly sympathize with women no matter what's happened. And no matter what happened, like your little sister crying and mama and daddy coming in there and smacking the shit out of you is because why you making her cry? It don't matter, she took my shit. Stop making her cry. That's what that shit does. It gives the reverse. It doesn't make it look like, oh yeah, Amber's a bad person, she's getting what she deserves. No, it makes it look like Johnny Depp is persecuting this bitch. And everybody gonna jump out the window to defend her. That's part of her PR campaign to resuscitate her fucking image, because her image the week before was that this is an evil, manipulative ass bitch. What you see this week? Does she look evil and manipulative this week? Do you feel that way looking at a picture like that? No. It's like, why are you hurting her? You know, most Americans nowadays got a 3-second attention span. Fuck. I just ran a 20-minute song. Most people wouldn't even get through that shit. And looking at the numbers in the chat and couldn't get through a minute of listening to it. In and out. They're not paying attention like that. We make snap judgments on wrong assumptions based on 3 seconds worth of paying attention. And we ain't making people no fucking smarter at all with any more attention spans. Get somebody focused on one thing for 5 minutes. I'd almost give you $50 if you could. Because people don't do that. They make assumptions off of half-ass information somebody else gave them that didn't want to pay attention. And a social meme is just that. Something that can be readily picked up really quickly with little backloading of information at all. That's psychology. It's just the image that sticks in your head. Oh, he hurting her. He ain't shitting her bed. He ain't smacked her in the face, punched her in the nose, damn near severed her finger, nothing. This bitch is all right. I'm supposed to cry because she's sitting on the stand talking about, well, yeah, they kicked me out of Aquaman 2. Who gives a fuck? This motherfucker lost 2 franchises off of an accusation that you can see now is baseless. The only difference between Johnny Depp and a regular black dude going through that same shit, or another black celebrity at his level going through the same shit, Johnny Depp had the money to fight that shit. Thanks to all that Pirates of the Caribbean money. Brother, you wouldn't even got the opportunity to defend yourself against that shit. This white bitch hit me and cut off my finger. Nigga. Your ass to be in jail. Still trying to secure your release. And the media would have a field day verbally lynching your persona, burning you in effigy, and dragging you up and down the internet streets for as much money as they fucking can. Do not get it twisted. So I thought that was pretty interesting that they trying to paint this chick like she's being victimized. She's not. She's a victim of her own hubris and her own manipulations. And a victim of being so fucking callous, she said that shit out loud because she just knew she was getting away with that shit. That's why her hubris is her problem. I don't like Amber Heard. I don't give a fuck. She can get out of Aquaman, Batman, DC. I don't give a shit. Go somewhere. Get lost. But when you do, they need to restore Johnny Depp's credibility and his reputation. Because I can tell you this, for somebody who was a victim of somebody's social media campaign to tear down your fucking identity and reputation. People need to pay for that shit. They do. Especially those ones who do that shit intentionally when they know the person they're doing it against ain't nothing like any of that shit. And the people who believe that shit need to hold their own fucking self accountable. And know that you ain't about shit either. That's why you would believe something. So amped to believe that something negative is true of somebody that you can't see that it's bullshit. Bull. Fuck. You just want to believe it because it makes your life seem perfect. It makes it seem like you about something. I would never. Yeah, you. That's why you believe. You probably have, which is why you believe. So, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. We're about 2 in, so I'm gonna go on to the rest of this geek stuff. I don't think y'all care about John Alnard. It's Dr. Ann Spot on ER. He died at 75. It might not matter to you guys. He's an older Caucasian actor. I used to watch ER religiously. I like Dr. Ann Spot. He was kind of funny. You know, when he was the heavy. He'd come in and everybody tried to kiss his ass. That was okay. I didn't follow the guy throughout his whole career, but I recognized him when I saw him. And when I heard that name, it did ring like, that sounds familiar. So, for that, shout out to him on his passing. 75 is a good long time. It's a good long time. I like it. That much. By hook or by crook. This little Buffalo shooter will make it to 75 too. How odd is that? But beyond that, let's get to this geek shit. Y'all like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. Keep the reaction up in the chat, please. I know I get to speaking on shit, not actually asking you guys questions, but doing what I do, man. I got some shit to say. And I can say it a lot clearer when I don't have to talk over people. But that's why I have my channel. Shout out to Aquatechie for supporting the stream. Appreciate you, Aquatechie. And I will give you, scroll back to it. Laptop piece. I will give you Aquatechie. Previously, appreciate you, Aquatechie, for supporting the stream. Okay, so by my count, we are 3 away from hitting the goal. The goal is 10. It's 14 people in there, so it shouldn't be a problem to get 3 people to support the stream. So I'm going to go ahead and get into this geek stuff, since that's what you probably came for. Like I've told people before, if you're new to this channel, I only do a live stream once a week. I do one dedicated live stream once a week. It's about all I can commit to doing on a regular basis. So if you're hearing everything from the week, that's just what it is. This is my Geek End review of what I have heard, dealt with, went through this week. One stream. So it shouldn't be an issue to get 10 supporters on one fucking stream for 1 week. It shouldn't be an issue. So, moving on. We got some of this Umbrella Academy. We got the SheHulk trailer. We got The Boys, Season 3. We got Love, Death, and Robots, Season 3 as well. And we got a number of movies that I've watched over the last couple of days because I had some time and actually binged on a bunch of movies this week. Now, I don't know what the hell was going on with Geekdom to where this is the week that everybody wanted to drop something. But everybody dropping their pants and showing their trailers, you know, for this week. Like, there is a lot of geek stuff coming up. And everybody's on. Yeah, I could take you. Love, Death, and Robots, man. I watched that shit last night. Watched it last night. Binged it. Y'all know. I'll start with the Love, Death, and Robots. Y'all know I love Death, and Robots. That is a really interesting show to me. And I get into animation and I like the anthology format for TV shows. In a comic book sense, it's like reading a teen book, right? And this is usually why I pick teen books to sell to people who are just getting into comics, because it's enough other stuff going on in there, enough other characters going on in there. You can figure out if you like it or not, or what you like about it. Out of there, it's like a sample plot. Like, you get a good smattering of characters, you see what each character is about a little bit. And if you really like those characters, you can zero in on what title you actually want to read, right? So, unless a person, for example, is really into detective stuff, I wouldn't give them a Batman book. I wouldn't. But if I gave them a Justice League book and Batman's on the team and they said, hey, I'm feeling Batman off of this, then I would kick them to Batman books, because that's more singularly focused on that character, right? And there's other characters in that same vein in his book. But to figure out what they like, I put them on a team. An anthology series works the same way. And Love, Death, and Robots works the same way. You get a lot of flavors from different animators, different animation studios. So it's not all the same stuff. And although it has an overarching theme, which would be Love, Death, and Robots, every story is different and takes its own turn. Now, this season got some different stuff going on. I would say for this season, you got some of your old favorites back. Old animation studios that showed up in season 1 that might have been missing from season 2. And they put in some new and good work in this that I was really entertained by. Now, you haven't seen it because I did it, what was it, Friday, Saturday, and I never got a chance to put it up, which was, I had saw the trailer and I had a reaction for the trailer, but was so busy here at work, I didn't get a chance to put the trailer up. So I made the thumbnail and everything, never got to record the video. So eventually it'll come out. So I'm talking about it now. So it is what it is. So like I just was telling Aquateki, I watched Love, Death, and Robots last night. It dropped Friday, I believe. And I binged it last night. Finished my last call. Had time, getting ready to lay it down for the night. I popped on LD+R. and enjoyed what I saw. That was, I say the theme in this one is more monsters. Put it that way. I think the theme in this one is more monsters because there was a lot of emphasis on creepy creatures and how humanity screws itself up, and other creatures having to come and wipe out humanity or get humanity to be under its thumb, so to speak, that you are not the top dog. You're going to get on this team or you're going to get annihilated. And that was kind of interesting. And I think the reason why it was put to a more not skeptical. I'm missing the word. I ran out of coffee. I think it gets to more introspective place on humanity because I had watched Moonfall on Friday night. If you don't know, Moonfall is the movie that came out, I guess, earlier this year. Roland Emmerich, or late last year, where it gets into the whole thing with the moon being crashing into the Earth because the moon itself is a megastructure and it's hollow. It's not really a moon. It's actually like a fucking Death Star. And watching that movie, there's a point in the movie where you find out that yes, the moon was created by an ancient race of aliens. They just happen to look like us and seeded the planet. But they are also being attacked. The reason the moon is falling into Earth is because one of this ancient race of aliens creation was this AI. And the AI became more self-aware and decided that the humanoids were the problem. Shout out to Ultron. And so it went forth to wipe them out. And it almost wiped out all of them. But in their attempts to save themselves, they created these Dyson sphere type mega structures and parked them around habitable worlds to reseed those worlds with their genetic code. Human. So, getting that from the Moonfall movie and then watching Love, Death, and Robots is a similar theme to where machines actually kill off human beings and basically rationalizing why these other beings kill off human beings because we do some reprehensible stuff and we don't know how to coexist anywhere we go. Now, the first one that points this out, which probably it could have been the last one because the last one was kind of weird, but was still interesting. You lead it off with the three robots, the three, tourist robots that keep going to human places and checking out shit. And it's called exit strategies, right? And in exit strategies, you get those three robots showing up again, and they're going to these different places, talking about how different groups of humans decided they were going to save themselves from the impending doom of the human race. And how neither one of them worked. Because the one flaw in each one of those plans was what they left out, which was the exclusion of other groups of human beings. Black folks, anyone? That the preppers didn't get it right. The techies didn't get it right. And the rich 1% didn't get it right. The ones that left Earth. They didn't get it right either. All of them died. And the human race, in effect, died off because they were all too worried about themselves and their own self-interest to actually work together. So none of them got shit done. Now, they might have had some success for a little while, but the cracks begin to show. And the funniest one, Funniest one was the techies, because although they were rich and they were millionaires and stuff like that, they had no practical skills to work any of the shit that they created, which I thought was hilarious. This is a hilarious point. Like, yeah, all the education in the world can't wire up a fuse box, can't fix shit. And in fact, their AI turned on them too because they just hated them because they didn't have fucking social skills like, I don't know, mass shooters. Too much medication and not enough remediation. Or too much medication, not enough relation. Yeah, the tourist bots were a social commentary knot. It was a social commentary knot. And it poked fun at everybody. Showed that everybody was fucking it. And I agree. I've told you guys before, one of the things that I hold to is that it wouldn't be all these people on this planet if we were all supposed to be separate and not working. You're here for a fucking reason. Part of it, I believe, is working together. If everybody else can't get it straight, I think black folks, black men specifically in this space, should understand that concept and actually work together. Like I've said before, I don't look for 100% agreement and consensus on shit. It's not going to happen. It wouldn't be human if that happened. But I do expect people with like mind and ability to move in that direction and for somebody to actually follow if they're of a like mind. You don't need 100% agreement. It never happened. I'll take 50 for a start. Can work up to 70. Because always going to be that contrarian or group of contrarians who just want to say no just because everybody else said yes. That's why you'll never have 100% agreement. Some people's whole agreement is with standing in opposition to whatever the fuck you pitch. That's all they know how to do. You're always going to have those people. They're never going away. You might as well accept that shit. That water is like water is wet. Fuck yeah, whatever. So, excuse me. Exit Strategies, the first one was good for a lead off. Now, the other shows after that went to some dark places. There's some dark shit that goes on. But nothing so dark as what I saw as the murder of black men. I told you that shit bothers me in media nowadays. I was thinking about this last night, about midnight. Finished watching all this shit, and I'm sitting here laying down processing it and thinking about, am I taking this shit more seriously than I did when I was a kid? That why does seeing the death of computer-generated black men bother me so much nowadays? And the only answer I came to was that it bothers me so much because, one, I don't like it. Well, let me reverse that. For two, I don't like it. For number one, I'm a fucking black man, an older one at that. I don't like it. It's always the most grotesque, vulgar, disgusting ways that we can be killed on film, on screen, to just show the brutality and the utter lack of care for us and our bodies. That's all it is. When I watch live action movies and the black dude is always the one that's in the center of the camera getting it the worst, it fucking bothers me. It bothers the hell out of me. Because if you're watching the whole thing unfold, nobody gets it as bad as that person. And nobody gets as much screen time with their death as that type of person. And yes, Aquateki, especially the Swarm episode, because it goes to the two things you know that's only of value to you as a black man in this world. One being food for the machine, and two being a fucking sperm donor to make more. That's the two roles. That's the two roles. That's the two values. And that Swarm episode was fucked up. Because I thought it was kind of interesting, Aquateki, that, oh, this, all right, it's Love, Death, and Robots. We forgot that we had to have some sex. So somebody's having sex, but it's two black people having sex. Okay, that's different. I wonder how people are going to take this. Well, you saw how the fuck they took it. You saw how they took it. The black woman, catch this manosphere, the black woman ends up being a mouthpiece for the power structure and gets the black man on board to sire the rest of these children because they need him to keep the shit going. Fuck, if that's not prophetic. Or it would be prophetic if it was just a sci-fi piece and it wasn't already happening now. Your body will be used to run this machine. And your sympathies and your virtues will be used against you to make sure this machine keeps running. And even your woman will be used against you to make sure the machine keeps running. Oh my fucking God, dude. On the nose much? Fuck parallels, Aquateki. On the nose much? Like, oh, oh. Wow, that got made. And it's one of the better episodes. They probably spent about as much money on that episode as they spent on the, probably not the last one. Because the last one deals with more real life people dancing around and shit. But it was an expensive episode. If you want to know how expensive the episode called The Swarm was, if you remember the episode in the first season where the dude goes to the space station and he ends up thinking it's his old girlfriend and it ends up being a fucking alien that he was banging and some stuff. Yeah, the same company did that. Yeah, the same company that did that first episode. I'm forgetting what it was called. It was something blue. Same company that did the CGI animation on that with live action mocap and shit like that are the ones who did this episode Swarm in season 3. That's some expensive ass CG. That looked good. But the story got really fucked up. And black folks is at the base. Okay. Cool. Yes. Now, the other episode that was dark was Bad Traveling. And Bad Traveling was the one I was talking the most about the destruction of the black body, which I'm sure Dr. Tia-san can get into this deeper because he has a better bent on some of this stuff. He does. He just does. He's more versed in it. Or Dr. Curry would break that shit down like fucking Chinese arithmetic. But these people are on a ship and they take aboard a fucking sea monster. And the way they find out that the sea monster on this ship can actually talk when it, takes a hold of a human body that it eats, and it can actually project its thoughts through this corpse. Kind of like in Independence Day, when the aliens took control of Brent Spiner's body and was talking through it, using it as a fucking Mr. Microphone. Okay. Well, in this episode, Bad Traveling, that's what happens again. And the first time you see the dude doing it, the first time you see the creature doing it, it's a black body, just as grotesque as it can look. That's what's up there first. I'm like, okay. Now, not 4 beats later in this show, there are 2 black men left on this ship, and they're brothers. One has a cripple, he has a cane. Another one is there. They're casting ballots for where they should go and take this creature, because the creature wants to be taken to a specific spot full of people. And the alternative is to take this creature to an empty island and drop it the fuck off. Everybody's supposed to take ballots on where they want to go. The dude taking the ballot says that there were some traitors and asked the brother to step to the right, looking at this other little skinny dude that's on the ship. And when he steps to the right, he points the gun, and instead of shooting the little skinny dude on the rail, he shoots the 2 brothers through the head. And you get to see their limp, flailing, fucking bloody ass carcasses drop down the stairs and then kicked over into the bows of the ship so this monster could devour them, and see them how grotesquely they are destroyed. And I sat there and watched that shit like, what the fuck? I was insulted. I really was. Now, mind you, I didn't feel shit for all the white folks or whatever fuck they were on the ship getting killed. And I think that's where it came to me last night when I was thinking about what's my real problem. We are a smaller number than they are. I've been watching movies for years, decades on that, where white folks have been killed wholesale. I can watch Commando right now and see a shitload of, I don't know, Colombians, whatever fuck, killed up, but mostly white dudes. Not care too much about this shit. But brothers always being the ones out there, we can't be the smallest population and the one that's always on screen getting killed the most. That doesn't even make fucking sense. That's not mathematically possible. If it's 1, 2 brothers on the crew, they're the ones that got to get killed, and you got to see that shit so you can just get used to the idea. Yeah, Aquatech, the brothers was done way fucking dirty. That was some dirty shit, because they was done dirty on a fucking lie on top of it. Insert black name here to see how it relates to real life. Aquatech, funny. Aquatech said that sea creature wouldn't have had a chance with some Baltimoreans, a few dump trucks and J.O. seasoning and a big ass pressure cooker, and they would have made short work of that creature. Look, we got a hold of some Southerners, some New Orleans, some dudes from the New Orleans. They had that motherfucker steamed and buttered already. Like, big ass crab? Is you kidding? Shit, y'all got the wrong crew on that ship. Y'all didn't know what to do with that. They'd have still been cracking that motherfucking claws open. They ain't had no Jamaicans on that ship, obviously, because gumbo is a thing. Gumbo is a thing. That motherfucker would have had the hugest friendship pot ever. Come on, man. Come on, man. So, other than that, some of the other favorites that came back on that was other standout episodes for me was, I wrote it down because y'all know I take notes. Night of the Many Dead was funny. That was funny. I think that was done by the same company that did that old folks home one in the second season. I think it was the same company, not sure. And then Kill Team Kill, that was fun, and that was done by the same animation company that did the one about the vampire. I think that was from season 1. That was funny as fuck to me because the dude was just losing his shit. This one is kind of like that. It's another military team. You can see the animation style. It's like probably the same model. But to me, this is an Easter egg, okay? If you look closely at that team, Kill Team Kill, if you look closely at that episode, those are the dreadnoughts from G.I. Joe. This motherfucker made the damn characters of the dreadnoughts into their team, right? That was kind of funny because every time I was looking at that, I'm like, dude, these are G.I. Joe characters. I say, that's Ripper. That's Ripper. It's kind of like, dude, this is the dreadnoughts. These are the dreadnoughts. Are you fucking kidding me? It was hilarious. It was fucking hilarious. Yeah, the Honey Badger. Yeah, it's called Kill Team Kill. But yeah, the Honey Badger episode. Yeah, Honey Badger episode was funny. Because I don't know what it is about me. Maybe I'm just got a different way of looking at stuff. But people losing their shit in an animated form and then cussing and stuff like that because shit is not going correctly, it's entertaining to me. Okay, it's entertaining. But that's what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be entertaining. Because in a hard-boiled situation, you don't expect people to be losing their shit like, oh, fuck, that didn't work. Yeah. Welcome to real life. So that one was fun. It was. And the other one was, that's not killed. The astronaut one was, Aquateki said, you see the dreadnought resemblance now? Yeah, they look like the original three dreadnoughts. Torch, Ripper, and Buzzer. They look like the original dreadnoughts with Roll Pig thrown in there. Like, come on, man. Nobody see this shit? Come on. I can't be the only old dude in here. I only say that because I always liked the dreadnoughts. The dreadnoughts was cool to me. Like, you get Zartan, you got the Master of the Skies, you get to run with him and be a dreadnought. Like, fuck it, dude. Yeah, we kind of part of Cobra, but we our own thing too. About that money. You know, maybe that's because I watched Snake Eyes recently too. A lot of parallels, right? The other one, the astronaut one with the chick astronauts, was interesting. That reminded me of the, it looked like the same company from the first season that did that desert one where the desert came alive and saw these fish and stuff like that. It looks like that one. Same colors, some really interesting stuff in a kind of 2001, 2010 kind of set. Interesting, trippy shit, right? Fine. Miyazaki would be proud. There was another one that's live action CG. I didn't remember the name of it. But it's another military team, but it looks like the same company that did the one with the werewolves from the first season. It looks that good. And the story is messed up. It looks like if you saw Mandalorian season 2, it's like they took a scene from that and put it together in a Skyrim world. So you put a live action military team in a Skyrim world into this cavern, and there's something going on in this place. Like, you don't know what the hell is going on. It turns from real world military op into some mystical bullshit. Bullets ain't enough. That was messed up. That was kind of messed up. It was. But once again, there's another creature. And there's another thing trying to take control of humanity and turn it into its own vehicle to get ahead. Too many of these things. There's a lot of conspiracy theories out there about, you know, our country and our world and stuff like that being taken control of by aliens, and had been for a while. So, pretty popular thing right now, apparently. If you ever saw the movie The Arrival, not the one with Jeremy Renner and Rachel McAdams, or yeah, I think she's in that. Or no, Amy Adams is in that. But the original Arrival with Carlos Estevez, Charlie Sheen, you'll see what's up. Terraform this bitch what you want it. because we need shit to eat. You can't live here once we change it to our temperament. So, bye. Slow roast. Slow roast. Frog never knows. But that was it on Love, Death, and Robots. I like this season. Second season, I think it had a little bit of yawns. I liked it, but it had some yawns. The only one that really tripped me out was the very last episode, which was, I think it was called Jabang. And Jabang was done by the same company that did the murder mystery one from the first season. So where it had the it's motion capture, but it's like animated. I don't know what the style is called. But if you saw the little stripper one in the first season where she saw a murder and this dude is chasing after her, she ends up being a sex worker or some shit like that. You remember that episode in the first season? This same animation team came back and they did this last episode. And I think it's called Jabang or something like that. It's really trippy. There's no dialogue in it, so you have to pay attention to story without dialogue. It's like reading a comic with no bounce, with no speaking balloons and shit like that, right? You have to pay attention to dialogue and understand a story from a visual standpoint more than they have to tell you every goddamn word. But it's interesting. It is interesting because I partly thought some of this, when I was initially watching it, was they're doing something to the video to make these people move like that. No, they're just physical performers doing all this work. Oh, okay, that's interesting. But it was kind of like, where the fuck is this going? There's a little bit of that is where is this going? Because it does look a little trippy. But it's in that same style. Yeah, Akoteki. Farmer versus the Rats was good. Mason's Rats? Yeah, Mason's Rats was good. That was on that same animation style as that first season at Junkyard. Same animation style as the Junkyard. That's why I said in this season they had a lot of people from first season, a lot of animation companies from the first season come back and do their second offering. So maybe season 4 will be the people from season 2 coming back and doing another thing. This stuff does take a minute to animate. It's not easy, and the better it looks, the more time it takes. So I'd be interested to see season 4. I like the season, but there was a heavy feminist angle in this one with less sex. There was only one sex scene in this whole thing. I'm not saying that you should be looking for sexuality, but because Love, Death, and Robots got really popular with chicks, now they try to tone down all that shit. Every episode has women thrown all in, except for Mason Rats doesn't have any women in it at all, unless one of these rats is getting killed as a woman. I don't know. Shebang is all about that woman. Sworn is a woman, black woman in it. Kill Team Kill doesn't have a woman in it, but it's dudes getting ripped to pieces, so why would it? Because then she'd be in for the same shit and one parts of that. There's your frontline fighter defense right there. Yeah, there are a few that have no women in it, but usually those that have no women in it, like people really get fucked up. So I recommend giving it a watch. It's on Netflix now, so you can watch season 3 of Love, Death, and Robots and get your geek on with that, especially if you're into animation stuff. It's a good episode. It's a good season. Every one of these things was actually not something that I wouldn't keep watching because it just drew me in to watch the whole thing. That's why I binged on it all last night. That's one. Now, next out the gate, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. Still a couple short. But shout out to the fittedness of the mom supporting the stream. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate you. Let's see. All right, still too shy. Excuse me. Still too shy of the goal. Dead Rock Boogie Oogie Oogie. Yeah. Dead Rock Booty Bounce. You can only do it if you got a butt. Who knew woman was packing like that? But like I said, Fred knew. That's why he knocked the pebbles out of him. Anyway, so moving on. Let's do the SheHulk trailer. I'll do the SheHulk trailer. Now, I did a video on the SheHulk trailer, but because there were so many videos dropping this week of trailers for the new seasons and stuff coming out, I didn't get to do a couple of trailers reactions, and one of those is the SheHulk. I'm not sure, but The Boys season 3, and the SheHulk trailer kind of overpowered that because everybody was having a reaction to what they saw in the SheHulk trailer. Now, let me just say this on the SheHulk. There's a couple of points in the trailer look bad in terms of CG. Yes, that is unfucking deniable. Some of those things look bad. And I think what makes it look the worst for me is how they're doing the face with the CG body. Now, I told you guys this before initially. I think it was over a year ago when I found out about this SheHulk shit and that Tatiana Maslany was going to be cast as SheHulk. I was kind of skeptical of her being so small and wanted to know how they were going to do SheHulk. That was the main thing for me with this show. I already knew I would watch the show because I liked the character of SheHulk. But how they actually did the live action adaptation was going to be the biggest thing, right? And you should understand that watching the MCU, they're probably going to do it the same way they do Mark Ruffalo, just with not the budget, right? But I still hung around and curious to see, what they did. Now, this trailer came out, and in some spots, SheHulk looks decent. In other spots, it looks really fucked up, like the spot where she's looking through the cell phone and stuff like that. That looks like shit. Like it's just a face mapped onto something else, and it's not moving right. Like, who got paid for that? You better get back under your desk. Get to work on that CG. Now, a couple of the other scenes where she's out in public and stuff like that, I kind of figured out what it was that was bothering me. And I told you guys it was the hair. Why is it the hair? It's the hair because it has these gray tones in her hair. And I understand where they got that shit from. They got it from the fucking cartoon version of the character. The cartoon version of a SheHulk character always had these gray tones in her hair to make it look, I don't know, fuller or give it some definition because SheHulk just has black hair. Doing that shit in a live action sense with the CG makes it look crazy. That does not look right. Outside of her face not really matching up right at some points, that hair shit is fucking with me. I'd rather have just a static black mane on her head that hardly ever moved than have this, we added some gray shading shit to it. That does not look right. Now, even though that doesn't look right, and even though some of the points in it seems really goofy, I'd still watch the show because I'm expecting it to be fucking goofy. I don't know what everybody was expecting of this shit. Like, Get out of your fucking fee-fees for a second on not seeing shit get destroyed. Look, and I'll say this to correct some people that I heard after this trailer dropped that they were saying some shit about the Hulk that was impacted. Everybody wants to see the Hulk tearing up some shit, to be the mindless fucking brute, just can't be beat, and everything is getting destroyed. I like the Hulk, but I've told you guys, I'm not into these overly powerful characters with no weakness. That shit does not interest me. I'm not a 12-year-old anymore. But I just like to see shit be destroyed. That's not what gets me about Superman. It's not what gets me about Thor. It's not what gets me about the fucking Hulk. My love of the Hulk is the struggle of having the power to destroy everything around you, but doing what you can to not be the thing that's destroying everything around you. That's my interest in the Hulk. I don't give a fuck about somebody being a goddamn strong, because that's no different than some amped up beefcake motherfucker wanting to come kick over your sandcastle because you decided you didn't want to spend your whole life in the goddamn gym. I don't give a fuck about that. That does not interest me at all. Hulk is the strongest. Who gives a fuck? If nobody can fight you on your level, what difference does it make if you're the fucking strongest? That's why I didn't have a problem with Thanos beating his ass. Because as I keep pointing out, Thanos and Thor were the only people on his level that could hand him an ass whooping. And then you saw he didn't know how to fucking fight. That's why he got his ass kicked. That's why he was fucking shook. Did I need to see him fight Thanos again in Endgame? No, because he was going to get more of the same. And you would have been no more happier about that than you was in the beginning of Infinity War, seeing him get his ass beat. He wasn't coming back better 5 years later. He wasn't coming back stronger with some fucking fighting skills. Get the fuck out of here. He was going to get the same thing he got in the other movie. The same shit, just worse. You saw how Thor was getting done, and he had the hammer and Stormbreaker. And Thor was about to get killed. Thanos was a boss. He was not taking that shit off of them. Now, if the Hulk couldn't beat Thor, and Thanos has already whooped his ass, and he's sitting here about to kill Thor, what did you think he was going to get if he showed up again? The same shit he got in Infinity War. Just murdered. I've told people this shit since the beginning when I broke that shit down about Thor over 2 years, Hulk 2 years ago. This is not the all-powerful, get stronger as I get madder Hulk. This is not that Hulk. This is MCU Hulk. More accurately, to correct some of these dumbass fucking geeks on here, this is the Edward Norton Incredible Hulk. That's the one it is. You know, the one who just gets bigger and has a base level of strength? That's the one. Edward Norton Hulk and Mark Ruffalo Hulk is the same fucking Hulk. Not a different universe. It's the same one. The only difference is when they got up to Avengers, they recast it. Edward Norton didn't want to do an ensemble piece. So they kicked his ass out and Mark Ruffalo came in. It's the same Hulk. That's why you can see Tim Roth Blonsky showing up. That's why you can get Thunderbolt Ross, fucking, what's his name, William Hurt, showing up. It's the same Hulk. They just recast the actor. And that Hulk, since everybody had a fucking issue with Ang Lee's Hulk getting bigger and bigger and bigger and being so goddamn green, that Hulk gets to one base level of strength, and that's it. Period. The only thing that changed between that Hulk that was in the MCU, the only thing that changed between that Hulk and Mark Ruffalo's Hulk is that Mark Ruffalo's version of the Hulk start going more towards being more like Banner and less being a mindless fucking brute who can't control himself. And you start getting less of him kicking something's ass and more of him trying to figure it out. Now, do I need the Hulk that's just always beating up on shit? No. I told y'all about one of my favorite stories from the Hulk. Hulk was split off from Banner. He wasn't fighting shit. But then you got to see the Hulk dealing with shit and not Banner dealing with shit. Beastly, I can understand everybody wants that rematch. But for what? But for what? What was you... Look, perfect question, Beastly. What the fuck do you think was going to happen 5 years later? Well, put it this way. What do you think is going to happen with a Hulk 5 years later who's went from being Banner, stuck in Hulk form, to being able to change back and forth, to 5 years later, after the Hulk don't want to come out, and Banner is Professor Hulk now. He don't really even want to fight and destroy shit. It's embarrassing to him. What did you think he was going to get 5 years later running up on a young Thanos? What did you think he was going to get? Please tell me. What was that rematch going to look like? And if you conceptualize it in your head, does it sound like anything you'd want to see? You want to see the Hulk get killed, don't you? A younger, more vicious Thanos. What do you think you was going to get? Do tell. I really want to know. He's going to get the same shit he got the last time, but worse. But worse. He was going to get killed. That's what you would have seen from that Hulk in Endgame in a rematch with Thanos. You'd have seen him get his ass killed. Because that MCU Hulk ain't on that level. Bruce Banner didn't spend 5 years learning how to fucking fight. He spent 5 years in a gamma lab learning how to control himself as the Hulk. That's the whole thing with the Hulk. He only wins because he's stronger, not because he knows more, not because he's more of a fighter. He only wins because he can get stronger. And anybody who knows how to fight, just like a Batman and Superman matchup, will whoop his ass every time. That's why he can't beat Thor. At least in the MCU. He don't know how to fight. Banner is not a fighter. And Hulk is only brute strength. What good is brute strength if you don't know how to fucking direct it? Thanos has brute strength and he knows how to direct it. Because Thanos knows how to fucking fight. That's why he was giving him the 2-piece. 3-piece if you add the knees in, he was giving him. He beat his ass. Flat out. Even with the Hulk catching him off guard. He still couldn't win that. Y'all look at the wrong shit and focus on the wrong shit to be upset about. A rematch wouldn't have did shit for you, but had your feelings hurt. Because I worry about fans who always have this fucking white Jesus complex that some super white boy need to be the end all be all and then get their feelings hurt when his ass get kicked or he get removed. So, you ain't crying about all the black characters that got their ass kicked by Thanos, are you? Fucking Black Panther got his ass beaten to the fucking ground. Right hand banked into the dirt fighting Thanos. Y'all wasn't asking for him to have a rematch. But I'm supposed to give a fuck about the Hulk, the champion. I don't give a fuck like that. So I know some people have dropped out of here, but 1 second, I have to go to the loo. So I'm gonna play this real quick and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. You gotta go, you gotta go. And I had to go. And I could not hold it no more. So point being, it is the same Hulk. Edward Norton's Hulk, Mark Ruffalo's Hulk, same Hulk. Not a different universe Hulk, same Hulk. They just recast. Just like James Rhodes' Rhodey is the same Rhodey, even though it's not the same guy that was in the first movie, in the first Iron Man movie that's in the second Iron Man, because it's called a recast. Not a different universe, recast the actor. Edward Norton was recast. Mark Ruffalo got the nod. That's the fuck you get from then on out. So get it fucking straight. Now the other thing is about the SheHulk show, because that's what this was all about before I got on my tangent rant about the fucking Hulk. I expect the show to be goofy. She-Hulk is kind of a goofy character sometimes. She's a raging green thought, but she's kind of a, funny sometimes. And one of the funny things I remember is if you're online, you can find this picture. And it's She-Hulk after Wolverine has gotten into the Avengers. She-Hulk hooks up with Wolverine to give him fastball special. And while Wolverine is sitting in her hand and she's about to throw him, She-Hulk makes a comment about Wolverine's ass being firm or something like that, right? And Wolverine tells her the first rule of the fastball special is we don't talk about the fastball special. Now, if you can find that shit online, get clever and look it the fuck up. But that's kind of her character. It's kind of her character. So that's why in my comments section, I think it was Morphine who was in there. I'm telling them, Marvel can do, the MCU and Disney Plus can do what a superhero comedy brings. They could. Because the events of Moon Knight were kind of serious. You touched on child abuse by the mother. You touched on mental issues with a character having dissociative identity, personality disorder, right? That's kind of serious. In Hawkeye, you touched on a mother getting into a life of crime out of debt. And the main character having a little bit of a hero worship, but turning into a hero herself. Falcon and the Winter Soldier, you got to deal with a little social commentary and how the country treats black people, black males, even heroes who have saved the world. No, nigga, you can't get along. And no, all you little brown looking people, no, we don't want you here. Go on. You got to deal with some of that shit. Loki, you have to deal with the timeline and different possible branch timelines that could happen when you make some fucked up choices. And how He Who Remains was kind of managing all that shit through the TVA. Not an alternate dimension, an alternate timeline. There is a difference between the two. That I will go into later on another. But you got to deal with all that in Loki, where you have a white chick killing a black man that's running all this shit. And at the end of the day, she ran his ass through and caused all this havoc. And then WandaVision, where you're dealing with a woman who has a problem holding on to her reality, with dealing with all this trauma she has, losing the people that she loves, and her power is such that she can create her own reality, that she basically held other people hostage inside. Initially, she didn't know. After a point, she knew and didn't give a fuck. Those are all some really serious things to go on, some really serious concepts to go on. That's pretty serious shit for a comic book show. I think Marvel could do with having one goofy fucking character. And if it's She-Hulk, it's fucking She-Hulk. It works for She-Hulk. She's kind of. So if you want to do a Law style goofy show with a superhero character, if you look at that whole team of the Avengers, who would you pick? Who would you pick? Iron Man's dead. No comedy coming from Thor. For most of the things I've heard, nobody likes Thor doing a bunch of fucking comedy. Although it works to break the character up a little bit so he's not talking in all the these and thous. And just looking at, white folks' heaven and their troubles. Doesn't play to the rest of the world that big. Okay. Who else? Black Widow? You dead too. Hawkeye? You just had it. Who's left? Who's left of the original 5 to connect to? And as you know, for Mark Ruffalo playing Hulk, Hulk has been kind of goofy. Not as goofy, but some goofy. Fine. You can have his cousin show up. Because it gives you a reason to use Hulk again. And then you can get some goofy with some Shield. And yeah, Aquatechy, too bad Deadpool can't join. Deadpool is in the MCU now. I don't know what you're talking about. Ryan Reynolds released Deadpool 3 set pictures already. That shit is filming. Didn't know? Get in the know. Deadpool 3 is filming. He's in the MCU. And it's still going to be a rated R movie. So they doing that. Whatever qualms you got can be, assuaded with some money, with some green. Money will solve that shit. Enough of it will. If you drop a dump truck in front of somebody, I guess sensors can cover their ears with all them stacks. Put them stacks on their ears so they can't hear all that shit. Nobody want to pass up the money from a Deadpool 3 being R-rated. And yes, Aquatechy, that is a. Check out Ryan Reynolds. I believe it's his Twitter. I'm not on Twitter. But check out his Twitter or some shit. There's a set photo. Shit is going forward. which proves the point. I didn't say anything about this article when I heard it earlier this year, but Ryan Reynolds had came out and said he was taking a break from acting for a while to spend some time with the family and shit like that. Like, bullshit, nigga. You better at promotion than some companies. No, you're not. You about to go off and work on the script for Deadpool and then start filming that shit in secret so nobody looking for you. I don't know what the hell is going on. Sure enough, it dropped this week. Yeah, set photos. He up to some shit. Like, of course you are, Ryan. I don't have a problem with it. Just don't treat me like I'm fucking stupid. Okay. So most of the complaints about this She-Hulk trailer is just for how the character looked initially. Now, do I have a problem, which I heard somebody making a fuss about? Do I have a problem with a 6-7 foot tall green chick carrying a buff dude to the bedroom? No. She's fucking superhuman. That actually makes some kind of fucking sense. It's funny. It don't make a man feel any better if you just think that, well, he should still be lifting her. How ridiculous would that shit look? I mean, come on. Let's just be real. I mean, raise your hand if you've actually, even been in the bedroom with a chick that was actually kind of buff. Might have been a bodybuilder at one time or anybody. Raise your hand. She could probably overpower you. Probably can. Okay. But that's still a woman. If she ain't a feminine, that's still a woman. And she still want all the womanly shit. And if she ain't a lesbian, that means the dick. It just is what it is. And if you know anything about the She-Hulk, the whole point of her being She-Hulk most of the time is that the Jennifer Walters character always never felt really beautiful. She never really felt beautiful. Just to get into this whole body shaming shit real quick. In the show, you could probably see that show up in. Well, she never really felt beautiful until she got this little gamma boost. And then she could turn into this fit, pretty, full-breasted, thighed woman. She-Hulk was always drawn sexy like that. Like she was a sexy green fucking chick. That's the Marvel way. Shout out to Stan Lee. He always wanted the women looking really feminine. So she does. That's who She-Hulk is. One of my favorite pictures of She-Hulk that came out recently is she got the little judge's robes on and she got the little green thighs sticking out the motherfuckers. Like, that looks sexy. That's a sexy picture. I'll take that cover. Might not read the comic, but I'll take that cover. I have a problem with a sexy chick, especially if she got muscles. Thankfully, I heard everybody complaining about this. She's not big enough. Thankfully, they're using the little fitness model version of She-Hulk and not this fake Blanca version that they were using in the comic books. Look, I don't want to see that. There's no grotesquely buff chick trying to look like a Hulk with his hair all over the place. I don't want to see that shit. That's ugly as fuck to me. Ugly as fuck. Yeah, Aquatechie, Frank Cho. Frank Cho draw women beautifully. A Frank Cho She-Hulk will look awesome. Shit. A Michael Turner She-Hulk will look awesome. A J. Scott Campbell one will look bubbly as fuck. But She-Hulk has always played like that. That's what her character has been. She's been that sexy brute. And if you want to say anything about it, She-Hulk is she is the parody to Wonder Woman. She is the parody to Wonder Woman, not Captain Marvel. She-Hulk. Because if you take all those She-Hulk covers and paint her just, peach, not green, you got a Wonder Woman cover. That's all Wonder Woman is. A sexy buff chick that you wouldn't want to fuck with. Sexy looking. And even Wonder Woman had her favorite dick. She-Hulk just don't have a favorite. She has favorites. You can get it. Now that whole angle with I wonder what Sam had to say. Can't look at that. That whole angle with her feeling more feminine and stuff like that when she got bigger, it could be sexy and wearing a dress. You see that in the trailer. Why is she getting out of a limo in her little sequins gown and stuff like that? Because now she feels sexy. Because Jennifer Walters was small and nerdy looking. Shout out to BGS. Was she an adjustable 7? Was she adjustable 5? Was Jennifer Walters an adjustable 5 with a little gamma radiation getting up to like an 8 or 9? I don't know. What is she on the Kevin scale? What is she on the Kevin scale? Is she topping out green form, topping out like a 7 or 8 on the KS meter? What? Let me know. Because I know as regular Jennifer Walters, she was a 4, maybe a 5. She could have been overlooked. That was part of her angst. So I'm not having too much of a problem with the trailer outside of the CG. That's the only problem most people actually fucking have about this. Do I have a problem with a chick out here dating? No, you can watch that on any fucking show. You can watch that on any show. Because that's just what the hell it is. If you out here dating this real world right now and not in a relationship talking about fucking dating, you'll see that's what chicks is doing the whole time anyway. So, okay. Thanks for updating. Because trust me, seeing what she's doing in that trailer is no different than a chick getting a boob job who used to be ugly and ignored forever. Same shit. Her inbox would be full. She'd be getting DM'd and dicked down. DM'd and DB'd. As soon as the boob job was finished and she stopped. And seeing how much she can catch. Forget that shit. SheHulk got a body in the series. She's more no one gamma radiation adjustment. Yeah, Aquatechie. It's more the blood transfusion. That's what people keep forgetting. Jennifer Walters got her gamma radiation from getting a blood transfusion from her cousin, Bruce Banner. That's how she got her shit. That's why she has her whole mental faculties when she hulks out and stuff like that. It's not the same as being bombarded. It didn't unlock her subconscious like it did with Banner. So she has control. She's a Hulk with control. That's why she can walk around in that shit all day if she feel like. Just have access to all the strength. Yeah, her normal form, just Jennifer Walters form, is average at best. Shout out to KS for that. Yeah, her regular form is average at best. But she Hulk it out. Yeah, she can turn into a bombshell. Now, because they were really worried, I believe, about how women would take this shit with her being too masculine or too buff, because then it gets too much like she's trying to look like a man. They kept it to the fitness model big so she can still be somewhat attractive. Believe it or not, women do have a range in where they don't like looking at other women as women, that it crosses the line for them to where, okay, she just looked like a fucking man too. They do have a range. We all. And what you see in that trailer is the happy medium between male expectation and female expectation. Just understand that they probably did a shitload of research to figure out where that range was. Big here, but not too big here. Little ass, but not too much cheek. Thigh, but not too much thigh. Calf, but not too much calf. Because that's what they're dealing with. They're trying to make it palatable for people other than fucking dudes who want to sit home and try to jerk off to a green chick on the screen. Okay? So that's what you get. You get in the middle of the road milquetoast. We haven't seen the finished product yet, so you might have a body at least. I hope she does. That's why I always liked her, because she was awesome looking. Yeah, She-Hulk is always awesome looking. That's why I never hated the character. Even fucking Red She-Hulk, who was Betty Ross. Red She-Hulk looked hot as fuck. Like, god damn. I can see why Captain Kirk was out there exploring strange new world. She hot looking in green or red. Like, why the hell not? Put that on the list. I've slept with a red chick. Okay? So neither one of them was actually really ugly looking. It would just be a nice fit chick. And who's going to have a problem with a nice fit chick? Big frumpy chicks. That's the only people who care. Come on, man. And two, Triv, you got to remember, green or not, Jennifer Walters is a white chick. Look, she ain't a white chick from nowadays, okay? She's not going to have a big bathunka-thunk sitting out there. It's not going to happen like that. They are not going to give her, little in the middle when she got much back. They're not giving her that. Hulked out or not. They're not doing that, dude. They're not doing that. It's fine. It's good. She can have the thighs all day. Ass is negotiable. But give her the thighs and I'm good. Give her the thighs and I'm good. No BBL. She got line cakes. Like I told y'all, green legs and ham and yams, man. She can have a little yam. She can have a little yamage. She ain't gotta have it all. Leave something for the black girls. Goddamn. Shit. The black folks have their spot. She can have a little ass. She better have a little ass. She's supposed to be a white chick, green or not. She started base form as a white chick. So she ain't gotta be bathunka-thunk out there. No. Fuck that. She can be just what the hell she is. Bigger. Look, I go for Amazon looking chicks and She-Hulk. Yeah. I do too, Beastly. Shout out to D. I still like D. There's one cop that I actually the one cop that I actually got to fuck and not fuck me. D was nice. She used to be a bodybuilder and shit like that. D had a nice body. I don't give a fuck and a half. D had a nice body. Look, I like women who can take care of themselves and take care of themselves. That shit is overly fucking attractive to me. Gamma thighs, GMA, gamma thighs matter? I guess they do, Malika. They do. So She-Hulk always look hot. Shit, Storm, if she's drawn right, look hot as fuck. Like, goddamn, I get stuck under some rubber with you, Storm. Hey, Rory. Pull you out of there, you give me that number. It's fine. It's fine. So, like Beastly was saying, look, I just want them to fix the animation. I just want them to fix the CG and color correct that shit before the August drop date. And they got time. They got like 3, 4 months. They could do it in that time. Look, Disney got the money. Get your ass back to that computer. Fix that shit. You're trying to sell this show. You know that, right? Yeah, Skillmonger, I love me some nice thighs. I'm telling you. I tell you guys, one of the first things I look at on a woman that'll catch my attention quicker than her fucking backside is her legs. I love a nice pair of legs. Them calf muscles, them thighs. Thighs are good because they lead up to your ass. A nice thick thigh means you got a nice ass. It's just what it is. I like seeing that. That's why I like women who wear dresses and high heels. Business attire, lawyer attire heck, I'm all at the leg. That's my favorite spot to kiss, next to the neck. Just the fuck out of here. It's nice to rub on, but look, unless you're a homosexual, it ain't everything about the bunghole. All about the bunghole. Yeah, wings and thighs. I know what. She-Hulk got wings and thighs on me, wings and thighs. And breasts. Let me get the breasts. Yeah, legs and a pretty, yeah, basically, pretty smile and legs will get me all day long because, look, it's like, what, 80 degrees out here today where I'm at. What do you think I'm looking for if I go out and I'm looking for chicks? What do you think I'm looking for? Pretty face and how her legs look hanging out of them shorts. That's it. It's nice that she got a nice ass back there. Yeah, that's nice too. But the first thing I'm going to see is them goddamn legs because that's what I like to see. What good is it having a nice big ass and some skinny ass fucked up legs? Ugh. What is that? What a waste. It's like an olive on two toothpicks. It don't look appetizing then, does it? No. Like, whatever, man. You fucked up. Don't skip the leg day. Don't skip leg day. Do your squats. Yeah, the whole bird. Yeah, the whole bird got to work. Look, no, you can't trust a big butt and a smile. Ask Johnny Depp. Ask fucking Will Smith. Jada got a little thump for how big she is. She got a little thump. Can you trust that? She got a nice smile too. Can you trust that? Do you? Huh. Black China had a rump at one time. I think Rob dealing with that shit. Look, no. Listen to BBD when they tell you shit. You never trust a big butt and smile. No. You can enjoy it, but don't trust it, motherfucker. Big butt's loyalty is to itself because it garners too much goddamn attention. It can't pay attention to you. It's looking for the next pair of eyes. I like a nice size ass, not a monstrosity. Yeah, that girl is poison. Yeah. Look, you know SheHulk poison. She looked green. No, that's poison. You know it's poison. It gotta be poison. No. Stop fucking around. Yeah. Without thighs, you have a bug's life. Yeah. What the fuck is that? Yeah. What is a good ass without nice thighs attached to it? It's like, perfect example, and I got to move on to this shit because I'm going to get way off into the weeds. If you take a pair of just cut off shorts, right, and a woman with a big ass, and then you get to the legs of them cut off shorts, and they not filled out, they just kind of swinging on her legs, how does that make you feel? It's like, ugh. Almost had it. But a nice leg? I was looking at a chick, I was watching an interview of something else, right? And it's a news report. And the chick was sitting up there, black chick sitting up there with a dress on, with her legs folded over that thigh. Oh my God. I was like, oh my God, I'm hungry. I am fucking hungry. Pretty face, hair done kind of nice, good smile, little B cups. Didn't give a shit. I don't know what kind of butt she's sitting on, but them legs sitting out there was like, oh my God. Hello. I need to talk to you. I want to rub that. Can I touch that without getting arrested? Yeah, green like Mr. Yuckmouth. But anyway, moving on from that. If they fix all the animation and stuff, I'd be happy. That's all they need to really do for me on the show. Other than that, if the show is funny, the show is funny. I want something funny from Marvel. Deadpool ain't getting a Disney Plus show, okay? Deadpool is not getting a Disney Plus show. But Deadpool will get a movie. So if She-Hulk is going to be the comic vehicle on Disney Plus, fine. She could be the comic vehicle on Disney Plus. Because if you've ever watched Ally McBeal, which was kind of a comedy courtroom show with females predominantly, it can work. It can work. That's a perfect model for Jennifer Walters because she is an actual attorney. She ain't trying to be out there doing a superhero shit. She's actually an attorney. Let me get some comical attorney shit. I'm good for that. I'm good for that. I'm down. Just fix the animation. Stop making it look so fucking crazy. I really do want to see dudes hitting up her fucking DM as a green chick and trying to get a date with her smashing them out. You're going to get killed, dude. Look, you saw what Jessica Jones and Luke Cage was doing. You're going to get hurt. But you sign up for that shit. You get on that horse, you're gonna have to ride, homeboy. Look, you get pegged, that's your business. That's on you. I would watch that kind of comedy because dudes do goofy shit like that all the time in real life. I hear about it. So whatever. I don't care. Do I think it's breaking down manhood to see that? No, it's actually informing you on the state of manhood today. You have to go no further than Instagram to see some of these chicks running through a bunch of these goofy motherfuckers just because she was hot on the screen. Get what you get. Yeah, I could take you death by Snoop. She threw your ass through the ceiling and caught you. I can't feel it. Harder. I can't. Harder. What the fuck? What did I say? That's comedic. That's comedic shit out. Look, there's comedic shit out of there, man. There's comedic shit out the door for that. I'm serious. I'm laughing about it, thinking about it. And that's just a sexual aspect of the show. It could be funny. What do I think of Titana? I didn't even know that was that chick because as far as I remember, Titana was white. But they doing an ethnicity swap. Okay, fine. That means that one of those dudes in those earlier scenes, probably in the blue one where they were saying that was probably the Wrecking Crew, that means that black dude that's bald right there is probably Crusher Creel, the Absorbing Man. I'm fine with that. I would love to see Crusher Creel show up in this shit because you would see that Crusher Creel could be a boss. He's just always on a goofy ass fucking team. And if you don't know, Crusher Creel and Titana is together in the MCU. That's a couple. So I would like to see that. So if that's Titana, tell me that's Crusher Creel, and I'd be good. I'd be real good. I'd be good with that, and not give a fuck that they ethnicity swapped him and turned him to a black dude either. I wouldn't give a fuck. I told you before, most of these characters don't matter if you switch the shit. Doesn't change the character at all, really. Most of them. Some of them, it may matter. But other than that, they're fictional fucking characters. Fictional characters. So, that's it. In the next episode, will SheHulk be able to defeat the BBC? Find out next week on D+. The case of the BBC. No. Well, she defeat the BBC. No, I think she's gonna go out there like a whole whoremonger, dude. Like, oh, I can get dudes now. I'm on this shit. On it. Bring me all the D. Bring it all to me. I can take it. She's gonna be a raging thought pocket, dude. I'm not worried about that. If it's comical, why the fuck not? Let's keep it comical and not take it seriously. That'll be funny as fuck to me. And she a lawyer too? Sign this NDA. Never talk about this. He was lame. He only lasted 2 minutes. Bitch, don't you got super strength and stamina? Yeah, but he only lasted 2 minutes. Look, you need to be fucking heroes or something. Did Thor call you? He didn't call you? He could go, as far as I know. I think he's single right now. Shit. Anyway, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. I'm gonna get off SheHulk like somebody else might have. And move on to this Umbrella Academy. Luke Cage, would you like some coffee? Yeah, exactly. Beastly, Beastly, I didn't get that gift on here yet. The coffee gift, but I used it in my last video. Coffee. Yeah, SheHulk want coffee. Lawyers like coffee. Lawyers like coffee. She needs some coffee. Mike Coulter, you being paged by MCU right now. Mike Coulter. She get fucked up though. Some green tea. Yeah, that's what happened when he. Look, don't get me to making dirty jokes, Aquateki. Stop it, dude. This is not hard for me. I will make all kinds of dirty damn jokes. I had 3 of them just popped to mind that quick. Stop it. Quit it, green tea. Look, I'm not saying anything else. We moving on from SheHulk before it gets real, real raunch existence. Raunch excellence in this bitch for that. All right, so on to Umbrella Academy and off of the green tea. Look, last thing I'm gonna say about that, if you met a chick on Tinder and she was 7 foot and green and super strong, and by chance you hit her spot, that is your ass. There is no sympathy for you. It's no sympathy if you disappoint, and it's no sympathy if you hit the point. You're going to die, sir. You're going to die. I'm just saying. Just saying. She hit that spot, looking like the Scarlet Witch is the least of your fucking problems. Least. Hopefully it'll be over quickly. Chances are it will. You're going to die. Or you're going to be a paraplegic. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You'll be a paraplegic, dude. For real. Oh my God. All right. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream. Feel so inclined. Let me quickly go over this Umbrella Academy, and we almost 4 hours into this shit. I'll give y'all some time to get up. Umbrella Academy Season 3 trailer dropped. Trail! Wait a minute, man. Trail! Why did you say that in my chat? Why did you say that? Why did you say that? Trail, you ain't got no damn sense, dude. What the fuck, dude? I'm not putting that on the screen. Y'all gotta read that in the chat. I'm not putting that on the screen, Trail. I'm not putting that on the screen, man. I'm not putting that on the screen. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you, dude? Oh my God, dude. You just broke my whole train of thought with that shit. It goes down real smooth. Look, Trail and Malika, I need you to try to be shit for 2 seconds. I need y'all to try to be shit for 2 seconds. Because right now, neither one of you ain't shit. And I'm not putting that comment on the screen. I can't do it. I can't do it. Neither one of y'all is shit, and I need you to try for 2 seconds just to be shit for a minute. I can't put that shit up there. I can't. I can't. I know, Trail, you just saying, but damn, dude. I agree, but damn. I was not ready for that. I was not ready for that. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to drop the link now because I got the giggles now. And, got to be more careful. Oh my God. I got my nose snot and everything. All right. Let's see if we can get this. All right. There's a link for you comical motherfuckers in the chat. And Trail, you bring your ass up here, I'm talking shit for the first 2 minutes. Then we're going to laugh about the shit. Oh, shit. You're going to drown, nigga. That's what's going to happen. You're going to drown. You get blown across the room. Look, I'd be more worried about her being a clincher. She got the kung fu grip. I'd be more worried about that. I would. Rather than somebody turning the fire hose on you. Ah, shit. What up, Beasley?
What's up, man? You gotta
Oh, I can't
stop.
fucking hear you.
Oh, can you hear me?
Oh, shit. I need earphones.
Can you hear me?
Hold on 1 second, Beasley. I got to get my earphones and plug in so I can hear what you're actually saying. 1 second. Let me change my background because I got the wrong background up. There we go. Hell. And 1 second while I get my headphones. Oh. Let's see if this works. Let's see if that works. It charged? It did. Oh. All right. Audio quality is about to go down. Shit. All right, folks. Sorry about that. I have to unplug this so I can actually hear. Beasley? Beasley.
Is it working?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Then that's what we're doing.
Yeah. I'm just driving. I'm trying to drop this food off so I can go get my hair cut real quick. But everybody gotta stop with the dirty jokes, man. I'm trying not to go there with this character because you already know the character is already fine as I don't know what. Like if you're talking about female superheroes on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the best, She-Hulk is a 10. She got body. I was like, listen, just as long as they get a body right. I don't like what they currently did with her, where they made her like into the Hulk. I was like, what is wrong with y'all? Jennifer Walters was gorgeous. Like, who
Yeah.
y'all trying to please with this ugly ass version?
Look at this shit. Look at these motherfuckers, man. The green snapper.
The green snapper.
The green snapper. Y'all fucked up. Look, you're gonna get the show canceled before it ever come out.
Look, don't let them play my Anaconda. Don't.
Oh my god. My
She already green. Anaconda's a
unless
green.
it got green buns. Oh my god, dude. Trail killed me, dude. Why would you even say that? I mean, I understand. I'm there. We there. If you think like I think, you're a dirty motherfucker. But still, it's like, look, and yes, Aquatech, the jokes write themselves. That's why I'm not upset about the shit. Everybody pissed off about the way the character looks, and the CGI is like, well, they can fix that. It's not like it's coming out next week.
Yeah.
They got money. They can fix that. Fine. Am I worried about the show? Do you worry about the show and the character? No, that looks like a perfect transformation. A little skinny ass chick turns into some big ass like bombshell. Okay, that kind of works.
Mm-hmm. That's why I said they'll fix. I said they'll fix. That's why I was like, the CGI look terrible, but I was like, they'll fix it. I mean, you see what they did with Sonic. I'm like, of course they'll fix it.
Yeah, exactly. Look, what did they do with Sonic? What did they do with Apocalypse? Look, that first trailer come out, especially when it's something that's going to be hella CG. That's why you don't get overly upset about it. You make your critiques known. They pay attention to that shit because Sonic shows you. They have to pay attention to that shit nowadays. It's like, oh, hell no. Okay, it's fucked up. Y'all, look, we ain't even putting out the movie yet. Just wait.
We're going to put it back.
Yeah, hold on a minute. Hold on. So they saw what happened with that Age of Apocalypse shit. Nobody putting out a product wants that kind of backlash at a goddamn commercial. They'll be in the lab until that shit day before it comes out. Get ready to put that in there. And you know how it works nowadays. All of this shit is streaming. They'll stream that shit right from the production lab. Like, okay, drop it on our server so we can put it on the Disney Plus server so we can put it out. They'll be working on that shit up to the minute. So look, just let it be known that you don't like the way that shit look, and they'll fix it if they smart.
My only issue is if they gotta have it being somewhat heroic. I don't mind the show being goofy, just don't be too girly.
No, I don't think it'll be too girly just because of the nature of the character. Because reluctant hero or not, SheHulk does end up becoming a hero. And she does end up in fights. And she's not in fights with people who can't fight. She's in situations with people that will go at her like she's what she is, a fucking Hulk. So it ain't gonna be I broke my nail situation. No, nigga, it'll be a fight. So they got her fighting a woman because you know how it is in the MCU. She can only get defeated by a woman anyway. So fine, good. We got a chick that can go with her on her level without changing. It should look better than Wonder Woman 84. That's what I'm expecting. It better look better than that shit. So other than that, I'll be fine. It'll be good. I won't be upset about it at all. Yeah. Trail. What the fuck? Y'all gotta quit it, man. Y'all gotta quit. Y'all gotta quit. Trail, you've been thinking about these all week? You've been thinking about these all week, and he's just coming just off the snap, right?
Yeah, I'm back. Can you see me now? I cut it out. I walked in the house and the Wi-Fi connected.
Yeah,
now
I got you. We got you now. This fucking dude, Trails, you got to read Trails' last comment in here about this shit.
But I can't see. What'd he say?
It's fucking Trail, look. You've been saving these, I guess.
Been waiting. Like, when the show come out, it's probably gonna be worse. Probably the first that her dating is gonna be in the first episode.
Look, they're gonna have to stretch that out because what did they say? They have 8 to 10 episodes of this shit.
Yeah,
her dating is gonna have to be a thing common throughout every episode, congruent. It has to be a through line. It has to. And you got David Otunga showing up in this shit like somebody she's potentially dating. I'm like, come on, dude.
And then I remember you saying something about her and Jessica Jones. I was like, oh shit, that would be awesome if we can get that back. And then in the process of her dating, Jessica happens to mention Luke Cage. That's why I said the coffee. I said, Look, he's a hero for hire. She's a PI. They all in that. They all in the arena.
I would perfect scene. I would laugh my ass off at this. If you introduce Christian Ritter, Jessica Jones into the show, and her and Jennifer Walters are having a conversation. Her and SheHulk are having a conversation. It's like, do you know how hard it is? SheHulk is telling Jessica Jones, you know how hard it is to date out here? A lot of these men can't stand up to it. And Jessica Jones turns to her like, yeah, I found one that could. And we kind of broke a building. And Jessica and SheHulk looking at us like, really? Is he single?
He likes coffee.
I laugh my ass off because if you know anything about chicks, chicks talk like guys about the same shit guys talk about. It's just within their own groups. They be swapping info like that. How else do you have friends that slept with the same dude? Because he got good the D. Come on, man. They compare notes like, shit, really? That was good? I need a sample of that because it's been a minute, girl.
And I'll be laughing. I'm already laughing.
Yeah, I'll be laughing. Like, oh, really? Where was he from? Harlem?
Because I'm already laughing at that show because when I look back at that show and they did the scene where you had both Rosaria Dawson, Christian Ritter, and what's the black girl that played Misty Knight? They was all in that room. I said, damn, Luke done smashed all three of them.
Every one of them, boy. The nurse, the cop, and the detective, and the PI. Look, got the DI.
I was like, shit.
Played them all, boy. Luke Cage running around there for dangling. He has smashed more people in the MCU than Tony Stark, and he ain't even rich.
I just thought about that. I was like, damn, Stark's supposed to be the player.
Shit, no, Luke Cage is the player. He get the coffee and got that convict dick. Like, look, he went through the spectrum too. White girl, Latina, black.
What's the green one? What's the green chick?
Yeah, what's the green chick on the team? He could be the Captain Kirk of this shit. Dude, he missing out. He got the trifecta already. He batting 1,000. He got the hat trick.
Look, I thought they was gonna mess around and throw Colleen Wing on. I was like, oh, that was gonna give him some of that Chow Mein.
Oh man,
give him some of that Shaolin.
You already got Gamora, so I mean, hey, put the Guardians of the Galaxy shit.
What up, man? What up, Faulkness?
Not much.
Black Line in the building.
Oh yeah, and I'll form the head. It was like so many people be like, "You actually called it Black Line Security?" Yeah, I like it. I like it.
Catchy, the name's fit. Defender of the universe, motherfucker. Figure it out.
Come in with
now, see if you get somebody who really smart and do like the Green Line Security or something like that, you can actually form a fucking Voltron with this shit. You got Black Line Security, you got Green Line Armament, you got Red Line Tactical Gear. Like think out the box, people. Put this shit together.
So many people were like, even my coworkers, and I'll tell you what. On a quick side note, what makes it interesting is that there's so many cops to be like, you know what, I can't do overtime for this place. When you get set up, I'm working for you part time. I was like, hey, we'll find something. And it's like, yourself when it came to the comic shop. You can't half-ass this shit, man. You gotta go full balls deep into it, and you gotta pretty much invest yourself, your time, your effort into something and believe in it. And I think that's what people think when you start a business or you start a venture. Oh, it's easy. Oh no, you gotta believe in this shit more than anybody else.
If you don't support yourself, nobody else will.
Right.
Now, Trail, I'll put that comment up because it ain't fucking raunchy funny. Yellow Line Transportation, exactly.
Yellow Line Transportation. God damn.
Now people think it.
Yellow line transportation. Oh shit! What we gonna have? Green. We're gonna have the green line. Sanitation.
Look, anything that
Wait,
falls
did
in
you come up?
security or ancillary business that connects with security, some black dude should start that shit and pick one of them line colors and link up with Charles. Just
Oh
saying.
yeah. We're gonna come up with red lion phlebotomy.
Red line medical.
Red.
I thought Blue Line was gonna be medical. It makes sense. Blue Cross, Blue Shield.
You know, Blue
I'm
Cross.
thinking blue line is for the boots, for kicking somebody's ass.
Blue line, blue singers. The thrill is gone.
Yeah, blue line boots.
The thrill is gone, but the ass whooping is here.
Yeah, the ass whooping is still here.
God damn. That's funny when I was listening to you about talking about the Hulk and the power levels. What I like to see that level. See, it's funny because you and I are like artists and writers, and I know no studio is perfect. Would have been nice to see, World Breaker, because the struggle was there. Like, the Hulk became Professor, and he found out he was injured because of the Infinity Stones. He was heartbroken because Black Widow died, and that was a real moment where you could have seen him just lose it. But it's funny because people forget very, very commonly that the Hulk was getting real stale in the comic books because Banner gets mad, Hulk smash shit, wash, rinse, and repeat.
Exactly.
And in comes one of my favorites, if not the favorite version of the Hulk I ever had, and actually made me become a reader of it, was Professor Hulk. And Professor Hulk was very grounded, still powerful, still kicking ass, but smarter about it.
Right.
And he had to deal with being Banner, but being green. And he had to make up for a lot of transgressions he made when he was the Savage Hulk.
Right.
So it made a much more interesting story when it's like, okay, this guy knows what the hell he's doing. And it's not the wash, rinse, and repeat. I mean, you had the Pantheon, who were real integral to his story. And I said, you gotta, it's the same thing with like Man of Steel. What made it interesting was like, when you're raised a certain way, you're going to be very reluctant to go against the grain when you find out about your culture or past.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have a reluctance, especially when you're in that phase in life where you're finding who you are and what you like and what's more important to you, who you are or what you are. And I think it's like, for that point, like a lot of people don't realize, you're going to have to, if you didn't have Thanos beat the Hulk, literary sense, Thanos wouldn't be that big of a threat, would he?
No, you wouldn't.
Nope.
You wouldn't. If one of your biggest guns couldn't be beat by this dude, then how is he a threat?
Yeah. And
that means the person on your team is more of a threat then, right?
Yeah. And you gotta think about it.
What up, Rocket King?
Even then, from a literary sense,
cut out for a second, Charles.
Sense.
Is he borging out?
Yeah, he's borging a bit. Just making sure it wasn't me. But he's borging. Black Lion! Black Lion! We're losing you on comms. I think he was, in a literary sense, you get it. He's muted up right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, my thing was, and this is what I meant by my statement earlier. Because I'm not really tripping about him not coming back. For me, is more so I just wanted to kind of see something reminiscent of the first Avengers movie. That's why I wanted to see it. Like where you saw them where that circle scene and you kind of saw like Cap calling shots again. And that's kind of why I wanted to see it again. Not necessarily, oh, I wanted to see the Hulk out and smash. I wanted to see something as like, because this was gonna be like the last time we saw all 6 of them in the movie together, and so I wanted to see that. That's more so why I wanted to see that kind of rematch between Thanos, because I wanted to see him. I know I was upset they killed Widow. I wanted to see them kind of go at him one last time.
Well, they all did. They just had their different moments because Thanos was one of the things I point out about Thanos is a planetary threat. Everybody comes together to fight Thanos.
Yeah.
The X-Men might deal with the Phoenix by themselves, but everybody come together to deal with Thanos. He's a problem because he don't come by himself. He has a whole armada with him. You need to squad up on that shit, right?
Yeah.
So that's why I wasn't that upset about it. He got his name. That's why I wasn't that upset about it. I understand that people were, but I wasn't that pissed off. Hulk was there. He was fighting. He was doing his thing. I mean, shit, even Ant-Man got his due as Giant Man stomping out one of the Leviathans. I'm like, it is what it is, nigga. Like,
I mean, you got to do a hero montage.
Yeah.
Everybody get. See, you just gotta cut out a little piece of the ass you want to kick.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you think about it, Beastly, in that final Endgame scene, what the fuck would have Black Widow done there?
Nothing.
So
got murdered. Got murdered.
Maybe shoot off a few shots from her Glock 23s, but that's about it.
Yeah, she would have been able to stand there for a hot second in that A4 scene, and you would have seen her get killed by one of them Outriders or something in a minute.
Oh,
a minute or so later.
That scene really pissed me off. I was like, I remember, and my aunt's friend, she's likes the little girl power moments. I was like, and my aunt told me, she said, guess what part of the movie she like? I said, the scene where all the girls mob up together. She was like, yep. I was like, get the fuck out of here with that bullshit.
I was like,
look, I rolled my eyes when I saw it, but I said the same thing I just said now. So, A4. Okay, that's cool. Moving on. Like they just threw it in there. It came, like I told you guys when I did the review. It came, it went. It's just like a loose shit. It's just what happened.
It's already flushed.
Yeah, it's already flushed. Moving on with the rest of the story.
It looks so cringy though, but it was like, yo, really?
Because it was propped up like that. But here's the more cringe part about this, Charles. And I was doing the math on it, right? I told you guys for the last year and a half about all these characters getting introduced and what they're going toward, right? Now, if you want to really do the math, count all these new characters they've introduced and count how many are males and how many are females.
Damn near none of the males are there.
Well, Shang-Chi is a male.
Yeah.
Neutered or not, he's a new character and he's there. Everybody else is all female.
I mean,
all female characters.
I mean, you gotta love America Chavez. They made a Hispanic girl with the ability to cross borders.
Yeah, you fucked up for that. You should be a California cop with that kind of humor. Like,
oh yeah, I'm sick. I know. People. Ooh. Everybody about Instagram, Facebook, and my comment section be like, "You ain't shit."
She a Latina female on the rainbow spectrum with the ability to cross borders, punch her way through wall borders. Like, you said that, I died. I was like, "Oh, he ain't shit in the half."
Oh man, who's her MC?
Ooh, that's fucked up.
Like, who's our MCU villain? Donald Trump? Like,
I was about to say that.
Like, god damn. Like, we're gonna stop the border.
She uses her Trump card ability.
Trump card. Remember, folks, it's huge. It's huge.
Oh my god, yeah. She jumps borders like a motherfucker.
No, I ain't shit.
No border can stop her, not even the one between dimensions.
I wonder, like, god damn. And
keep her out.
And then,
all right, hold on. I'm gonna check out real quick. I'm here at the barbershop getting my hair cut. I'll come back in later if you're still on.
All right, peace, Beastly.
I remember somebody said
Tell motherfuckers in the barbershop to like, share, and subscribe.
Yeah, like, share, and subscribe. Get this geek knowledge on you. It's funny as shit because somebody said when I had to switch from my phone to my iPad, he's getting attacked by a road beast. Yeah, that road beast got fucked up though. Like it's funny because I've actually was at the cigar shop with Dr. Dunbar's dad, and David, who's the controversial counselor. Good conversation. Did an impromptu live stream.
Yeah,
and it was like it's funny, and it goes back into the question. You know, what makes a lot of these comics good is the protection aspect. It's like the thing that makes you guilty of being a protector is that, one, do you get there in time? You can't save the world. And two, what can be used as preventive maintenance? And we're gonna see not only in real life but also in the movies how a lot of this shit is gonna be portrayed. Because I've warned people about the dangers of domestic terrorism for years when I was in the police department for years, and I said, look, the way things are going, you're gonna have to up the ante or be succumb to it. And unfortunately, people don't, you know, as my father and mother would say, a hard head makes a soft ass, and we paid for it.
Yeah, my mother told me the same thing while whooping my ass.
Yeah. No wonder it's so soft. It's plushy now too. God damn.
Plushy than a motherfucker.
And that's crazy because what we have is gonna have to be there's gonna have to need for a real big escapism and some good shit, because when we talked about Buffalo, not to be too much on that, we see how callous people were when BGS put the video up. And I said, not one of you actually celebrate the heroics of that retired cop who was doing security. Not one of you said.
Dr. Tiasan was highlighting that. Like, what about this brother? Did you know his name? Like, shit, get him.
That was one of the reasons why when I spoke on it, his picture was in the thumbnail. I even put it on Facebook and Instagram and the comment section. This is what an American hero looks like. And we give more props to our fictional heroes than we do our real ones. And it's for the longest time, like when somebody asks me, why do you know what? I never understood the need for more black superheroes. That's because the world's always painted you as one. You never had the chance to be the villain, at least not openly.
No, exactly. Well, that's the thing that, at least me as a black man, that actually gets me a bit, is how quickly people can forget that black men are out there, and how quickly when you do something good, it is overlooked or passed off or just ignored flat out. Like, they don't want to spend any time concentrating on that, thinking about it, or even highlight nothing. You got to save a white woman for you to get on the news and people want to know your name.
And then maybe.
Maybe.
Oh my God. Black guy saved.
You don't know no child support or nothing like that? Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. We'll give him.
You know, black guy saved a nursery full of white babies. What's his name? It doesn't matter. Are those white babies good? Yes, they are. Good man.
That's a good American right there.
And it's crazy because being, I guess you said, the closest thing to a real life superhero, whether if you wanted to do it or not, it gets taxing when we let everybody destroy our heroes. Like, like one of the real heroes of the black community, one of the premier heroes of the black community, Martin Luther King, Dr. Martin.
Yeah, that's. I think that was Dr. T who put that video up of that chick talking crazy about Martin Luther King. Cheated on his wife and some other shit. And I asked BGS and Dr. T this. I was like, why do these folks keep trying to elevate cheating on your wife as being something that is so fucking heinous that it wipes out anything else you've done in the world? Like, man, if you don't get the fuck out of there, what about all these women that's having these affairs?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you what's worse about
Like,
that.
shut the fuck up. That's not that big of a goddamn deal. I know it's a big thing for you. It's not a big deal. It's nothing to.
It's not.
Oh, he cheated on his wife. So fucking what?
Yep.
You don't even know the situation. Maybe she wasn't even fucking him. Dude, oh my god.
Maybe
This
she
is like
was
the most unimportant thing to focus on.
Maybe she gave him a pass. As long as I don't see it, it doesn't happen. That's how
Look,
life
I'm one for telling people you don't know what the fuck go on in a person's marriage, and whatever go on in their marriage is their goddamn business. So it don't matter what you feel about it. I said the same thing about Will and Jada. Oh, they got an open relationship. Who gives a fuck? You ain't married to them. That's their business. They grown. They can have whatever kind of open relationship they want to with horses, donkeys, and all kind of shit. That's their business. So what? What does that got to do with what you upset about?
It also points out, right? Because you and I had to scold a couple of people just on comic book knowledge because we've been reading them for about, well, now over 30 years.
For 30 years.
So
3 decades, if you want to make it sound really old.
3 decades of comic book reading, literally from the 80s to now.
And I'm dropping off the last 10 years just to be fun.
Yeah, yeah. You got to think. I'm 40, and you're about how old?
Almost 50.
Almost 50. So we've been reading comics a lot, and there's guys like, I'm gonna use for example like Pookie Truth when he trying to tell us something that we literally read and actually read it and excited for it because it was new. You can't
read it was new.
That's like me trying to tell my grandparents about the civil rights movement. Doesn't
when
make
they
sense.
was involved in it. Like, yeah, I remember I was making banners at that time.
Yeah. And it's like
telling you about what I was involved in.
Yeah. and it's funny because I look at B. Simone the same way because I'm like, see, this is what happens when you're in a community that doesn't respect your own lineage and history. You allow anybody to shit on your heroes, but then you wonder where everybody is that stands up for you. Like you both, and it's crazy because wait a minute. A woman once told me, she said, you know what's, she said, a woman can overlook a man cheating. The reason why men can't overlook it is because when a woman cheats, she's full in. If a man cheats, that's the same way he looks at like playing a sport or a video game. It's just an act. For her, her mind, body, and soul, and Anita Baker song is in that motherfucker.
And I said the same thing, Charles, because I've said this before. Going through something is different than having an idealistic idea of what's going to happen. You never know what you're going to do until you're actually in the situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Going through that shit, I understood that the only part that actually mattered to me when my fucking ex did what she did, the only thing that mattered to me is like, did you love this motherfucker or what?
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't give a fuck about the damn sex part. Like, if you gonna have threesomes and shit like that, you can't give a fuck about sex like that.
No.
You can't. It can't be the end all be all for your relationship. It can't unless you're a fucking child. Now, if the motherfucker had feelings, you gotta go. If it was just a fuck, or whatever, man, what's for dinner? You know? Like it can't be the end all be all. That can't be the whole foundation on your relationship.
Yeah.
If that's the whole foundation on your relationship, then you ain't got no fucking relationship.
Yeah.
You can end that shit any day of the week.
People forget because you've done psychology and criminal justice. A good part of it is psychology.
It is.
The crazy part is we fail to say human beings aren't animals. We fail to say human beings aren't into their primitive, primal natures. If I put a man and woman in the right situation, shit happens. Okay.
And they ain't even gotta like each other 10 minutes beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
Don't even have to. Don't even have to.
All you need is the right situations. Like drop a little chemical X on them motherfucker, and shit happens. I've said it like people also say, hey, I would never do this. Hey, you never know. Like Bria Miles came to me and I'm married. Shit. They be like, wait a minute, you're a married man and you fuck Bria Miles. My wife would have fucked Bria Miles. Shit.
Look, there was an open joke in my fucking family when I was married about had I ever ran into Janet Jackson while I was married, wifey was gonna have to give me a pass for a half hour or so. She's gonna have to give me a pass because I'm gonna try to hit that shit.
Like, yeah.
If Janet was there, butt naked, talk about give me the pleasure principle, motherfucker, I'd have been there. Anytime, any place. I took that as a challenge. I was there.
Oh,
Look, I'll be back. You don't want to keep me, but you do want to use it. Fine.
You're like, oh, curse this dick of mine.
Yeah.
Curse this good dick of mine.
Found out. Damn it.
It's like the old joke me and my friends used to say. You never hear guys say, you know what? I can't believe it. She's attracted to me. I feel low. Curse this good dick of mine. Curse it.
Curse this personality of mine.
Curse these ruggy good looks. God damn it.
Yeah.
Oh man. I tell you, man, it's reality is getting more wilder than a fucking comic book, and you're like, wait a minute, you're old enough, you're barely old enough to drink, and you talking on terms since the civil rights about you had to go real deep in and not talk about how great of a man he was, but you're saying, oh, he cheated on his wife. If he did or didn't,
so what?
Does his work hold up?
Yeah, who gives a fuck? What does cheating on your wife have to do with trying to advance the cause of black folks being seen as fucking equals or at least some kind of equality for black folks? What does that have? What does that take away from any of that fucking message?
Well,
see, that gets more into that ownership of a man's dick than it does to recognizing his accomplishments for what they were. Because you ain't got shit put up against it.
Well, a man shouldn't, a real man, like how much experience do you have in being a man?
Yeah, you don't know what the fuck a real man is. I can't stand women saying that shit. A real man, you don't know a real man. Shut up. I'm about the closest thing you got, and you ain't listening to me. So shut up.
Exactly. And they
just because he's squirted in your mouth don't mean you know shit about what a real man is.
But a real man, yeah, how much experience you got in a real man? You couldn't keep one, could you, bitch?
No. Every time I hear a chick say a real man would do this, it tells me one of two things. One, you ain't had no father in your life. And two, you think you can tell a man how to be a man, which means you fucking backwards. A real woman would shut the fuck up.
Twice.
She wouldn't even be talking in that conversation to try to tell a man what to do, how to be a man, because she knows she ain't never been one and ain't got shit to share on that topic.
Like, but a real man is the one you avoid, that will avoid you.
I don't see why they're so pissed off. Every one of these chicks that I know, they got some dirty dick Rodney ass dude. He is a dirty dick Rodney because he fuck everybody, including her friend, and she let him and still with him. So I don't know why you all upset. Well, he cheated on his wife. That's the only thing you can point to. That's you just trying to find some kind of way to tear his ass down. That's what it is. He cheated on his wife. Shut the fuck up. You can't diminish his accomplishments in any way, so you try to diminish him for the most pointless of fucking things. What he did in his marriage with his wife. Well, he was a pastor. Okay, every pastor I know cheats. Every human that I know cheats. Like, at some point in time, it will happen. So, what are we talking about?
Shout out to Kevin Samuels. He said it best. Tell me one man of value to ever only have one woman.
No shit. Tell me one low value ass entertainer or something that ain't got a line of groupies waiting to jump in there.
Mm-hmm. Like
on his D. He ain't got to be performing nowhere but at your local bar on fucking karaoke night.
Mm-hmm. I had a nigga come out the gym looking like half a piece of something. I'll tell you, it's funny as shit. My ex told me this story. We went to this cognac and cigar party, and her friend whispered to her, "If you don't want him, I'll take him." She was like, "Shut the fuck up." So see, women act like attraction is a one-way street sometimes. And I said, you got to be realistic. Why do you want this highly attractive man, either economically, physically, mentally, or all the above, and think nobody else is going to find this person attractive? That's not realistic.
No,
It's like,
I've said that shit while I was married. It's like you realize whatever, same thing you're saying, but I said the same thing. So you realize your man didn't stop being attractive just because you married him, right?
yeah,
And him having a ring on his finger just made him more attractive to every bitch that wants to prove that you ain't shit. That's
and
why a married man knows the woman that's fucking with him openly trying to get at him don't give a shit about him. They care about showing they better than you.
yeah,
That's who they fucking with. They ain't fucking with him. They'll fuck him just to fuck with you because
yeah.
women hate seeing other women think they better than them. That's all it is. It ain't got shit to do with him. He was just the dick of convenience. But she want to prove that you ain't shit, and that's why she do it.
Yeah, women hate to take L's. That's why they dress to compete with each other, not for men.
Exactly.
And
I'm dressing
it's
for
crazy
other
because
women.
it's crazy because when it comes to men, if you and I go to a lounge, whatever,
Break it up. You Borgen.
Borgen. Oh shit!
Yeah,
What about
Queen
now?
got you. You good now?
Shit. We were doing so good on the
Slipped away from the
iPad.
cube.
Oh no, it's the Matrix. And it's funny because if you and I went to a lounge or something and a chick was feeling you and we wanted this one chick, because you my boy, and if she's feeling you more, I'm gonna be in the cut. There's no shame. She's just feeling you more.
Like Homer Simpson, I fade to the back.
Fade to the back.
I'm your wingman. I'm making sure nobody get in the middle of that shit. No, her fat friend can't come up there and conversate with y'all while you putting your work in. I mean,
and it's like if she's feeling me, you do the same. Boy,
if she's feeling you, I'm like, yeah, that's my boy. That's my boy Charles.
And it's like, but
your friend talking about
women don't do the same, and I've seen it. Like women will cut each other's throat if it's a man they both want.
Slide you the number as soon as you turn her back, or try to grab on your dick. Like, man, what? You need to look.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you this story. My lady, Latinas, right? We doing her birthday party at a club. And this is one of the few times I actually get out and dance and shit like that, right? It's my girl party. We there having a good time. She want to have a good time. I'm gonna turn on a little bit of the Scorpio for me, and I'm gonna go out there and have a good time. Now her friends are fine too. She got cute friends, sisters, all that shit. Now her friend low key tried to hit on me by touching on my body and shit like that, and I told her that shit. I said, you need to keep her whole ass away from me.
Mm-hmm.
Why? No, she was just playing. She ain't just fucking playing. Your friend knows I'm with you. She know I'm with you, and I'm sure y'all talk. So she know you getting it. Don't be telling her shit you don't want her trying to experience for herself. Because that's what that shit meant. What she did to me, that's what she meant. She trying to see if I'm open to that shit.
Yeah, she trying to.
I'm trying to be. I got some integrity. I'm with your friend. Don't be fucking with me like that. Any other day you could have got it. This ain't the day. On your birthday night, you gotta talk to that bitch.
She was looking for the good dick, sweet Jesus. That's what she was looking for.
She didn't have a man and she wanted a sample. But what she really wanted was her friend single again, so they can go out and act like hoes together. That's what she really.
Women
so
keep.
Shout out to KS again. Is that single women keep you fucking single?
Yeah. Yeah, because that is so true. Like I remember when I was dealing with she who will not be named. She was smiling, she was happy. You know, she was a big tomboy, but she was getting extra girly. And somehow subconsciously her friends was like, well, ask him the last time he slept with somebody before you. And I said, you don't want to ask a motherfucker like me that because I'm too honest.
Hold on 1 second, Charles. I got an emergency.
I guess I'm doing the duties for Artisan while he takes care of something. And for that one, carrying on the story, you got to realize that her friends were planting little seeds in her head because she didn't want to leave the nest. And that's what happens with a lot of women. Instead of making a decision like, I'm happy with this guy, they got to go and pull up some bullshit. It doesn't matter. I say this. If something happens before that person and it's not something gratuitous like porn or OnlyFans, don't go deep. Don't go going into deep, deep ditches that were already covered up and buried. You probably don't want to know. Or if you do know and you get upset, that's on you. You're right. Trail, don't ask a question you don't want to know the answer. And that was her problem. That's when shit went downhill. Everything was perfect. She was a cop, I'm a cop. She loves to go to the gym. I do too. She wanted to learn. She was doing kickboxing. I was doing boxing and wrestling and jiu-jitsu. So was she. Screwed up possibly a marriage because you listening to your own goddamn friends. And I don't get it. And I think it's like crazy because a lot of people don't understand how close and how great you can ruin something just by trying to peek through the veil that's really none of your business. It's before you. Why should you care?
Yeah, no shit. Let me answer a couple of these questions, and I might have to wrap this up a little sooner because I got an somewhat emergency call.
Okay.
Toya's question was, you got to answer BTM's questions. Don't have to get that tutelage. Said she wasn't even low about it. She was a little low about it, but understand this is how women having a lot of gay black male friends fucks with them. She tried the same shit on me that she could do with the other gay dude. And I didn't like that shit. And they didn't understand why. I told her because I'm not fucking gay. So that shit is not interesting or a turn on for me. Women don't be grabbing on men's asses and patting them. No fucking way. What the hell is wrong with you? No. You're not the masculine one in this situation. Now, she did that shit knowing that I'm obviously not fucking gay, but they have a black male that's gay there, so they thinking this is just the way black men are. No, the fuck I'm not. You know better. You couldn't pull that shit off with a Latino dude. He'd have punched you in your face. Because he don't do that kind of shit. So, yeah. She did it her own little way, and I goosed her ass back. And then everybody was, oh my God, he grabbed my ass. Yeah, bitch, what the fuck? You touching my fucking ass? I don't play like that. No. That was not my get down. Said cheese and rice. Coco used to flirt with me, had to shut her down. Yeah, those are always the ones, Aquateki. I've said it before to younger dudes, and these are young 20-year-old dudes, just telling them about if they wanted to fuck an older woman. I said, if you want to fuck an older woman, find you a married woman that's been married longer than 7 years. If she's been married at least 12 or 13 years, you got a good chance of just fucking. But don't fall in love. Like August Alsina, you should have never fell in love, nigga, you dummy. She married. Just fuck it and go about your business because that's all she wants you to do. She don't want you to stay there. She got a husband already. She don't need that. What she don't get is new penis. And that's your job. That's it. She just want to take a ride. Like all these chicks that want to jump on the carousel every so often. They just want to jump on the carousel and take a ride on a different pony. They don't want to stay on. Don't ask questions you don't want answers to. Nope. Some people ask dumb questions for a reason. Yes, because they're stupid. Some people love to hear themselves speak. A lot of people love to hear themselves speak, especially primarily people who don't have shit to say. Love to hear themselves speak and have attention focused on them because that's what speaking does, in a sense. Yeah, they were playing grab ass. No, you know how that shit go. It's like if you see a fine woman as a dude, you used to be able to, you'd pat her on the ass or something like that, call you a booty bandit or something like that, right? Just to get a feel for it. And nobody got overly offended about that shit until they start, making everything that a male does when he's attracted to a woman or a heterosexual male does when he's attracted to a woman, turned it into a fucking negative slur or some kind of assault or abuse of a woman. So what happens is these women adopt that shit and do it in the reverse to men. because gay men don't mind that shit so much. That's why you'll see women with a gay friend, a gay male friend, because they can get off all that shit. Get to kind of pretend to be a man for a minute, not knowing that they're competing for the same shit. Dick. Oh, he's helping me. He's telling me he ain't helping you do shit. You're just on the same bullshit you on. He liked them probably less than you do. Because they're using them for the same fucking purpose. So it's called equality. Here you go. Do you want to ride in the backseat of my caddy? Ride that pony, the genuine. Get on it. Let's do it. Ride it. My pony. I used to have that on there. I took it off. I put something else. What happened to Charles? I think the iPad is working, or you still muted up? Anyway. You still there? Okay, I thought you was breaking up. I was just checking. You are breaking up. Or Queen getting close. No, I didn't see him performing recently with the Sharp Knees. I assume you mean Genuine. No, I didn't see him perform with the Sharp Knees. Nope, I didn't. I was working. I was doing other shit. But so to move off of that, Charles, what you got on this Umbrella Academy? Did you see that trailer?
I've seen the trailer, but the show.
You're breaking up again. Borgin bad. Artisan is dead on with that. There are married women I see and say hi to. To Rocket King's point, yes, and I don't say that shit with any pride of discovering that shit, Rocket King, but it's a truism. I've learned that in my experience. I've learned that the easiest chicks to have actual sex with is married women who've been married at least for a decade. The 7-year itch is a real thing. 10 years is just like, well, I've had the same dick for 10 years and might as well try enchilada now or try something else. And that's why I don't really judge people on it, because once you understand that marriage is a construct, monogamy is a construct, and human beings are intelligent animals, you cannot suppress that urge to want to have sex with something that attracts you. It doesn't go away. Marriage doesn't make it go away. It might make it go away for women who found they fairy tale one true love, which is bullshit. That shit only lasts for so fucking long.
Yeah.
Angry Man has talked about this many a time, talking about the Coolidge effect. It is a real fucking thing.
Mm-hmm. Your libido goes there.
Look, you can see it happening with just a chick that you into for a fucking week. If you really into her and you want to listen to all her conversation for a week until you finally fuck, and then once you do it, then how do you feel? You don't even look at her the same way. You see every fucking flaw all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm.
Because that urge to have something that you're attracted to is your biological part. That's the animal part of you. That's why it don't make no damn sense. Animal only knows what it wants and what it needs. I need to eat. I want to eat. Plain and simple. Since you don't actually eat people unless you into that oral game, how you consume is sex.
Yeah.
You feeding your beast. That's what I call it a lot of times. They got to feed the beast. Beasts need to eat. The beast feed on sex or sexual access to things that you find attractive. That never goes away. 5 minutes after you are married, you could be back in the pulpit, changing out of your suit to put on some regular clothes because y'all about to hit the plane and go off on the fucking honeymoon. If you see some chick back there that look hot Your dick is gonna rise. It doesn't. The marriage does not change sexual attraction. It doesn't change that shit. That's the hardest part about being married, is being able to get to deal with that shit. That's where you get into the whole thing that I get more interested in, is how do you contain the beast? Hulk analogy. How do you contain the monster? You can only contain it for so long. Psychology will tell you that shit. You can only repress shit for so long. You can't repress it forever. You can't. It's impossible. It's going to come out some kind of way. And if you keep repressing it, it's going to come out in the most unhealthy ways that you want. Hence the Buffalo shooter. Yeah. How did his repression come out? Of being disaffected and he can't get a date and all these people keep. Look, man, the problem this country is having with males in general is how they keep trying to repress males and having natural masculine urges. All that shaming bullshit is one of the 3 arrows that any woman has in her quiver. And shame is that one arrow. You can fuck all that. Guilt is the next one. You can fuck that one too. If you get rid of shame and guilt, what's next? The need to be fucking right. It's only 3 arrows they got. Only 3 arrows in their quiver. But you can attack him at accountability, responsibility, womanhood. Look,
wait a minute.
I'm Legolas in this bitch. I got arrows for days, motherfucker. My kids don't miss.
I carried my people on my back. Well, you cheated on your wife. How?
So?
Looked at another woman. You cheated. What?
No, and that's why they keep trying to split that hair so fine, Charles, where it gets into, did you do it? Well, no, I didn't actually do it. Okay, well, you had an emotional affair. Well, no, I didn't have an emotional affair because I wasn't emotionally attached. Okay, well, did you think about it? Like, okay, yeah, I thought about it, but people think about, suicide and robbing banks and shit like that, but they don't do it. That's not a crime. Yeah, but you thought about it too. Did you feel it? They want to keep splitting the hair finer and finer, what only comes down to don't tell me that I'm not enough. Don't tell me that I'm not enough for you. No, you're not.
You're a bad man because you're straight and you want pussy. Bad man.
Exactly. That's a terrible, terrible man. Well, would it be better if he turned out that, yeah, he cheated on you, but he was in the closet and he was homosexual?
So deep he was finding Christmas gifts.
Right. Would that be better for you? You'd feel better about that shit? I think that'll fuck you up more as a woman.
That'll demoralize a woman, man.
No shit. You were so bad in a relationship with him that he ran to the opposite sex?
And he came in a tight end and he left out a wide receiver.
Yeah. You want to deal with women no more after you, huh?
That tells you how much of a fucked up person you are. That thing run to the opposite.
Yeah. Look, I told people this before. If you want to worry about the whole cheating aspect, and this don't sound like geek stuff, but it is geek stuff because it's stuff I geek out on. You want to talk about cheating, all of that, right? Cheating is a symptom of a problem, not the cause of a problem. It's a symptom.
Mm-hmm.
When you start taking your man for granted and start treating him like he ain't shit, he's gonna find some woman that treats him like he is at least a man, and he's gonna fuck her.
I mean, vicious.
That is a symptom of a problem because nobody wants to feel like they ain't shit in the person that they care about's eyes. Nobody wants to feel like that. So at that point, as his low point, because that's what it is, you drove a man down to a low point. If a woman is nice to him, be her a waitress or whatever, if she's nice to him and treats him like he's a man, he's gonna want to go be with her, and he's gonna want to fuck her.
Mm-hmm. And
she's gonna give it to him. Because you know what he's doing? He's doing the same shit he did to get you to her, being just as nice, but she's receptive to it. Done deal. It's your fault.
Especially if he has a good job and a good heart, and she's working at McDonald's. You lost, chick.
Look, I was joking with BGS about this today, right? And we're going over this shit about the money pox and some other things, right? And I sent him a picture of like, yeah, I'm at work, cooking it up or whatever. And BGS made the comments like, "Oh, artisan, man of many talents." And I was like, "Yes, I am the artisan, right?" And I started thinking about this to where I'm single right now, right? And I'm like, I work a lot. I'm artistic as fuck. I'm creative. I'm articulate. I'm verbal. I'm educated. I'm a business owner, and I can fucking cook. Not a bad looking guy.
That's a hell of a catch.
And kind of personable. I was like, shit, I should be batting 1,000, shouldn't I?
That's a hell of a catch for most
But
women.
not.
And what makes it crazy is that it's the little things that people should appreciate. And I've told a lot of women, I said, look, you may not think much of me, but you're only one woman. And and you outnumber us. There are some women out there that says, you know what? He ain't half bad.
Charles, shit, I take 2 of him.
But you know, there's
man don't even clean up after himself.
I mean, Sharon said it best when I met her, when she called the police on herself, which I still think is the funniest shit when she backed up into the car. But you know, thank God for honest people. And she was
I'll tell you this, Charles. Think of how fucked up it feels to actually walk into some grown folks' house with a man and a woman in there and be able to fix something in their house and walk out and have that dude looking at you all fucking dirty.
Mm-hmm.
Like you made his woman wet or something. Like,
oh yeah, that's the.
Oh, I can fix shit too and build? Yes, motherfucker. I have educated hands and mind. Mind and body, homeboy. It's called a balance.
Oh yeah, trust me. Shit. You go into a house.
Dirty looks. Dirty fucking looks.
You go into a house and it's something the husband couldn't handle, and somebody was fighting the husband and you subdued him. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah. Immediately like, oh, what's your name, officer?
Yeah.
Falk.
Like, you know, hands off. Yeah, man called Falk. But
like, oh, wait, you squeeze these out in front of you. Come on, man. I had a chick just last night trying to hit on me at the damn grocery store, getting some stuff in the evening. And she wanted to talk to me, even though the lady at the register, me and the lady at the register are talking. She behind me, 6 foot back. I ain't even thinking about this woman. She piping up in our conversation to talk to me. I'm turning around like, who the fuck is this bitch? Oh yeah, I'm getting off of work right now, going home to have some Bloody Marys. I'm like, is this bitch inviting me to her house? I think she just invited me to her house because I didn't ask her none of that shit. Yeah, but you just volunteered that you getting off work and going home just to have some Bloody Marys.
Like the funniest shit is when you have a chick ask you, "Excuse me, officer, do you carry your handcuffs off duty?" I can, but no need to. Of course, I was like being oblivious purposely. So
yeah, usually I can subdue people with my hands and my charm. Shit. Come on, man.
Yes,
the shit happens. Women be doing this shit, and I know this chick went right home to a husband or boyfriend.
Mm-hmm.
I know that. I know that for.
And will fuck you and kiss her husband after she sucked your dick.
Exactly. That's why I don't put a lot of stock in none of this shit. I put more stock in what people do rather than what the hell they say, because I can think of at least 3 women right now that I've had my parts in the holiest of holies and got whole dudes. Mm-hmm. And had whole dudes while I was doing it and grunting, squatting, crying and whining for me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't say that like I'm saying it as a badge of honor. I just know people ain't about shit sometimes. They're really not.
People ain't shit.
Especially not no woman. So if you want to think a man cheating is the worst thing in the world, then you're probably one of these motherfucking women who's out here cheating.
Yeah.
That's why you upset.
You know, pussy got more bodies than Arlington National Cemetery.
No shit. You don't own no dicks. Unfortunately, you don't.
I didn't know there was a stock market in dicks. Well,
no, there isn't.
Well, the Dow Jones just went down on dicks.
Yeah, it's not. Shout out to Allen Roger Curry. Women get over on the promise of pussy.
Yeah.
Every dude that want to pay to try to get some of it.
And you know what's bad, artisan, about that? don't let you be a confident man that sees value in himself and you ask for pro pro. Like, I do believe in the rule of reciprocity. You may
So do
not
I.
have to pay it all the time, but you're gonna have to pay. And I'm looking at it like, so you don't think that I'm valued for you to do things for me out of the kindness of your heart, like I reciprocate to you? And eventually, something's gonna come to really give me an offer that I can't refuse.
Yeah.
And that's the fear of what women, a lot of modern women have done. There's no real reason to pay them attention because a lot of modern women bring no value.
No, they don't. Outside of sex, if they put all their emphasis on sex, that's all they have of value. That's all they figure they have of value. And I'll tell you, just from a male standpoint, a woman's value ain't in having sex with her. It's not.
Nope.
That's not, that damn sure ain't what I told my daughter her value was.
Nope.
No, that's not her value. That's something that's going to happen. That's your value if you're trying to have kids and a family and shit.
Yeah.
But that's not your whole value. If you think that, you think lower of yourself than you do of me, because you think I am ruled by the same things you are. And that's the problem. You keep relating vagina monologues or mental vagina monologues to penis issues. No, it's not. That's not a penis problem. That's a vagina problem.
Yeah.
Dicks don't worry about, motherfuckers fucking around like that. They worry about your emotional makeup and how you be connected to this other dude. Well, he just had a troubled life, and I just wanted to give him something to make him feel better. That same dumb shit that Jada Pinkett Smith was talking was the same dumb shit I heard from somebody I was connected to. And the same dumb shit I heard from some girlfriend I had who was saying that about cheating on her man. The same dumb emotional shit. It ain't got nothing to do with nothing. Oh, so he had a broke leg and you thought throwing your coochie on him was going to make his leg not be broke. There ain't no healing properties in that shit.
The healing property.
Come on, man. So, look, fantasies you tell yourself are just that. The fantasies you tell yourself. That is not the reality of that shit. Be honest. You just want to do that, do it.
The lady of the lake and the pussy.
Yeah, the lady of the lake. I thought this would give him the power to be king. Yo, cooch? No, that's not gonna do it.
Like,
your motivation can do it.
Oh yeah, I can see it now. Bring down the royal coochie.
Yeah, bring down the royal cooch. I am feeling perturbed. I do not feel I am at my best. Bring the royal cooch. I must drink from the chalice, and it will give me health.
Her coochie will give me substance.
The sustenance. I will be a god. No.
Oh, shit.
Look, even Will Chamberlain, who banged more women than most of us on this planet,
well, he probably banged.
Somebody's telling him he ain't about shit. It don't matter.
Yeah, I mean, he got banged enough women to fucking fuck a planet.
Look, could have started a whole new culture with the number of women he banged. No.
Who's that dude from off of Invincible? The strongest Viltrumite? Like that's who Will Chamberlain was. Like he just had like he just imagine if he would have had a kid from all that shit. He'd be his own country. Yeah.
Oh, shit. UFO kamikaze, you right. Sexcalibur. That's your phrase. You coined that one. Sexcalibur. I gave the reference. You named it.
Sexcalibur will give me substance.
I call upon your power.
Like, God damn, bitch thinks some chicks, man, they think they can just do what the fuck they choose to do. Just be like, hey, I'm gonna whistle your dick and the motherfucker gonna grow like the Sword of Omens or something. Like, hell, the fuck?
No, look, man, I had to tell my play sister that shit before about, she wanted to say something about every dude that she was with just come fast, and she was thinking that meant that her cooch was hella good. And I had to tell her, I said, sometimes a dude comes fast because he wants to get it over with because that shit is really garbage.
Yeah.
She was like, what? Yes. I said, dudes jerk off. Dudes can come quick if he want to.
Mm-hmm.
Can. But if it ain't the first time having sex with your ass,
especially if he just sees you as
it ain't that good. Yeah, it ain't that good. He trying to get on and get off and get about his day and get back to that other chick that really put it on him.
Uh-huh. He just gave you a look because he been wanting that shit for a minute. And then when he
That's how
got
you
it,
get cheated on a lot, from having a shitty attitude.
and then once he got it, he said he could have had a V8.
Could have had a V8 or did something else. Learn to roller skate. Look, fucked her up when I told her that shit because she was of the mind state. She was in her late 20s, early 30s, that going through that young girl shit of every young girl thinks that, oh, I got the cooch of gold here. No, you don't. It's just a vagina. It's only magical to people who ain't never had vagina before. That's why y'all get ran through by older dudes a lot, because we've already had vagina and know it ain't special.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of it. It's a lot of it out here in the world, and it all feel either better or worse than yours.
Yep.
Just what it is. So that's why we don't get all attached to the hip on just the sex part. It's going to have to be more than that. Can you cook? Are you pleasant to talk to? Do you have a pleasant disposition about dealing with actual men? Have you had any men in your life that wasn't trying to get in your pants?
And
do you know how to actually, what can you teach a child? If I wanted to be with you to marry you, what would you teach a child? Because I don't want my daughter learning how to be a hoe. I really don't. I don't want to learn how to twerk and suck dick either. Not from a mama.
Like you gotta,
I got standards.
You ever notice that the most interesting a woman can be, besides her pussy, will keep me longer?
Dude, I get more decent conversation, and unfortunately, I've actually had sex with this person maybe twice. But I get more interesting conversations out of her, and we ain't had sex in fucking years. Years. I get more interesting conversations out of talking to her every once in a while than I get out of some chick I might have been banging on a regular basis. And that's disappointing. That's disappointing to me, because for me it looks at, well, these are my choices. I choose to keep fucking the bitch. But at least I know why I'm doing it. I'm not making no excuses for myself of why I'm doing it. I'm not, reinventing the wheel or trying to, find the holy grail or nothing like that. Nope. I got needs, and the beast needs to be fed.
Yep.
And so we servicing both accounts. She's getting what she needs. I get what I need, and that's what you can call it.
Especially during them days when your dick's harder than a fucking calculus exam in prison. Shit.
Harder than Savage Hulk. Without a banner release.
Hulk smash.
No shit. It's just, look, I know parts of myself because I do that introspective work on myself. I know parts of myself. It don't have to be pleasant. It don't have to be cute and cuddly, but it is what the hell it is. I'm a normal heterosexual being, or a lesbian, if you want to call it that. I like women and I like having sex with women. That's just what the hell it is.
So you're into
yeah, that's a problem with that.
What's the old saying? You're into lesbionics?
Yeah. Something else. Something else for that, sir.
Like,
Yeah, fair exchange is no robbery. It is a fair exchange. You're actually getting, in a female sense, you're probably getting more out of this shit than I am. Because I'm still one of these kind of, old school gentlemanly kind of dudes. If I ask you out, I'm paying for the meal. I'll pay for the meal. I'm nice and polite and all the rest of that shit. Good around the folks and family and shit like that. If I want to be around them, that's it.
My man.
All you have to be is actually halfway decent.
My man gonna start his own chapter of Rent It Gent.
Look, I had an idea back in 2000 for a business which was called Chance Encounters. Basically, the woman would go online or whatever and set up what she thought her ideal fantasy for a man would be. And we would actually set up and send a guy to those specifications to her without her knowing it. It would be, if you ever seen The Game with Michael Douglas, how he signed up for this whole thing, and it started and he didn't even know it was starting. That's what would happen. She would get some dude running into her at the gas station or something like that, talking to her, giving her that whole fucking fantasy. But it was what you paid for. You paid for that shit. We just did the background research to give you that fucking fantasy, so you ain't got to go out here subjecting every other single man to it that he's not living up to some shit that you never conceptualized in your mind anyway.
pretty much.
Chance encounter. It was a chance encounter with this dude that turned out to be your complete fucking fantasy.
You know what?
Imagine that.
I would have started one called Lowered Expectations. Man, I would have started Lowered Expectations shit in real life. Like, why don't you want to date me? Date me! I'm fun.
Yeah. No one, it's not even pimping in that sense. In that sense, it's not pimping. It's actually giving people exactly what they paid for. Because one of my biggest things, like I've told you, I don't hate women. I just think they do a lot of goofy shit. And one of the things they do, most people do, is not get out of their own fucking way to get what they want. They get so wrapped up in it, they can't even see that they have what they want half the time right in front of them when they got it. They'll fuck it up because they can't see the forest for the trees. They could be hugging it and everything. It's like, is this a tree? No, Molly Shannon, you got what you want. Stop fucking around. So at that point, it's not pimping. It's giving them what they want so they can shut the fuck up. Take this and sit down. Stop making everybody else miserable.
And when they usually get it, they fuck it all up. I mean,
fuck it all up. They will burn down their own fucking house on the chance that, well, my girlfriend told me it might be something better somewhere else. Like, you goofy motherfucker.
Like, really?
With all y'all women out here, what is your chances of finding it then? Because it's a small pool of men. You understand that, right?
Like, I don't
Law
know.
Averages, college educated, y'all understand numbers and shit, right? Or those the classes that you took an elective to try to get around, like the math, science.
I took the elective for basket weaving. You know, I got my minor in that.
No, you should have took that math class. You should have took that statistics class. So you learn that half of the shit you own is not even mathematically possible.
Wait a minute. I should do hard work? Fuck out of here.
Yes, you should do hard work. That's why I don't have a problem with a chick that works blue collar. That ain't a single mama. Because she's doing that shit by choice. Not because she didn't educate herself to get a better fucking job, so this is what she's stuck with. Yeah, hard talk. Because I don't believe in soft. I didn't grow up in a generation of soft talk. It was called tough love and more tough than love.
Yeah.
You love them to go easy on your ass. So that's where my generation fucked up. We had kids and half of us got soft as fuck. Well, my parents talked to me tough, so I don't never want to be that for my kids. Wait, that's why these kids out here fucked up. Because nobody was actually talking to them like they had some goddamn sense. You're trying to be their friend and not their goddamn parent. Or the person that's supposed to be training them to be ready for the world. You train them to be ready for medication in the institution. Congratulations.
Well, little Day, he didn't mean to rob the convenience store. He just wanted to grab Jordans.
I'm sure he did. But little Day still got to pay the consequences for robbing that convenience store when the store clerk shot his ass. Because the store clerk didn't train little Day to come in here and be smacking people upside the head. No, he didn't. And he ain't got to deal with that shit because his parents didn't teach him to take that shit from nobody.
Nope.
So little Day got what the fuck he got.
Like, oh my God, he shot him with a gun. Yeah, your son put a gun at him.
Yeah. That's kind of what happens. What they say, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Anyway, I got to get out of here, you guys. I got to get to this call.
Always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure. Officer. Well, I can't even call you officer. Well, you're always an officer. You've been an officer.
I'm still an officer. I'm still going to be an officer. My credentials still carry.
Yeah,
so now I get to choose. What do I call myself? The chief, the colonel, or the commander?
Commandant.
The commandant. I like that. The commandant.
Commandant Faulkner.
Commandant. Have my little, because hey, I talked to a lot of guys who own their companies. They said, hey, you're either the commander or the chief. That is your paramilitary organization.
No shit. You could be the commander-in-chief. Commander-in-chief Faulkner? Yes.
Woo! I know you got to go. Get out there, Artisan. I'll see you later, man.
All right. Peace, Charles. That was the Charles Faulkner Jr. in this motherfucker. Thank him for coming up. Thank you for Beastly coming up. getting his shape up at the barbershop right now. Hopefully you left it on so the folks at the barbershop can listen to a black geek talking about shit that ain't got nothing to do with geek. You can always play the stream back. It's okay. El Capitan, yeah, I could take it. That'd work too. They ain't got enough. I don't think they got enough Latinos in Baltimore to use that one. El Capitan, that'd work. El Jefe, but you still officer of the goddamn law to me. Appreciate you guys for coming through. As you saw a little while ago, I forgot my first emergency call for the day, so I need to get to that and take care of these folks because I am on call until tomorrow morning. So I figured the calls will come in sometime towards the evening. Commander of the goddamn firm. That's a good one, Savage. That's a good one, Longo. That's a good one, Commander of the goddamn firm. Tell Faulkner that one. That's a good one. But let me get to this because I do have a response time and I'm still within my window. So I'm going to go ahead and get out there and see what's going on with their issue and see if I can run in like Superman on this shit. I will play the Superman music when I'm driving up too, so they know that I'm coming to the rescue. But thank you guys for showing up today. I know we got off to a bumpy start, but it is what it is. Like I said, one of the most important things I feel I do every week is to give you this show. So I will give you this show, rain or shine, no matter where I am, you will see my face giving you this. I talked about everything except the Umbrella Academy and some KK shit, but I don't want to talk about KK because then I have to get into bitching about Pedro Pascal and his goofy ass acting. But I'm sure that they can all have this another day. It can be done another day. It's okay. So, excuse me. Appreciate everybody in the chat. I believe we fell just short of the goal, which is unfortunate because I did a 5-hour stream. And if we didn't hit the goal, that means that y'all didn't think the conversation was appreciating of supporting. Just popping in and out and watching. Disappointing as fuck. Damn, I can't do my musical outro. Can't do my outro because I turned it off. Oh, well, maybe I'll put it in post-production. Anyway, thank you guys for coming through. We do this as Shop Talk Live every Sunday, 11 a.m. Pacific time, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I was looking the wrong way again. And I've been ArtisanMc. And the shop is closed. See you guys next time. Peace.